What's going on? Welcome to the channel. My name is David Hughes Jr. and in today's video we will be building a React weather app, and after that we will deploy that same app to Netlify. So this may be great for someone who has never deployed a app before either, and a weather app may seem like a simple task to complete. However, we will be going over some key concepts that will help you continue your journey into coding, whether that's if you want to just build apps, if you're a hobbyist, or if you want to go and put these on your portfolios and one day get a job. All right, we will go over the latest versions of React, Redux Toolkit, Material UI, and a whole lot more. We will also create our own custom hook. We have one custom hook in this, and we'll be using geolocation to create that custom hook. And we will go over a map library called Mapbox, man. So if you've never used Mapbox, I think it is great for you as well. And so, man, stay tuned for this entire thing. Sit back, relax, man. We're going to begin coding right now. All right, so the first thing that we want to do, I'm inside of my folder here. We're going to create another folder, and we're going to call that folder Cloudy. We need lowercase for this, so Cloudy like this, and we're going to open it with code. If you don't have the open with code option, what you can do is just simply drag this folder over into VS Code and it'll do all of that for you. Okay, let's make this thing big. And what we're going to do is go to our terminal. We're going to go to new terminal, and there's a couple of things we have to type inside of new terminal. So what we're going to do is type create or npx and then create dash react dash app and a dot and a slash, and we're going to hit enter, and then that should begin the process so we can start working with React. And all we have to do now is just wait for the files and things like that to load up. And so I will see you guys in a few minutes. Okay, now that everything is done, you should see something that says happy hacking right here. Once you see happy hacking, we can go to package.json, and right here where the dependencies are, you wanted to delete all of those. So delete all of those dependencies, and you're gonna see a link down in the description. It should say something like dependencies and other necessary tools, and click that link, and it should take you to something that looks like this. And on your end, it probably will say colors. Click it, and then it should open up this entire breakdown of code that we will need in order to get started. So copy and paste these dependencies inside that dependencies. So here we go. Let's go back to VS Code and then just paste it inside of that. And now all we have to do is go back to our terminal here, bring the terminal back up, and you're going to type npm. You're going to say install or I dash legacy dash peer dash deps, like that. You want to type that in, hit enter, and what that will do is install all those dependencies, and that ensures that you are on the same versions of these dependencies that I am in this tutorial, and for future reference, because a lot of times code changes so rapidly, especially front end development. It changes so fast that you need to make sure you're on the same dependencies as I am in this tutorial, because it'll be very important, because things can be so different. I know React router changes all the time. All these different things change so often, so make sure that you're on these, and I will see you guys in a little bit. It's going to take about 3 to 4 minutes for this thing to complete. Let's fast forward. Everything is done. You may see something that says 6 high vulnerabilities, but don't worry about that, man. The vulnerabilities are fine. You don't need to worry about that. What we're going to do next is go to the source folder, and you should see a lot of just kind of bloatware in here, and we're going to delete this. What we're going to do first is take everything except for the app.js, the index.css, and the index.js. We're going to keep that, but we're going to delete everything else. So the setup, the logo, the app.test, the app.css, we can delete that. So go ahead and delete those from here, and just delete those real quick. And then this is what you should have left: app.js, index.css, index.js. And what we have to do next is clean up those 3 files. So we're going to clean those up. So the app.js, you could just delete this inside part, but we're going to delete this entire thing. And then we're going to type RAFCE, enter. Like that, just to clean it up. We don't really need this import React from React, but I'll leave it just because I don't feel like just deleting it every single time. Maybe later on I'll do that, but just leave it. It's fine. And this is what you should see. Now, if you typed RAFCE and nothing happened, what you want to do is install this extension. So what we're going to do is go to our extensions and we're going to type in React. Once you type in React, you should see ES7 Plus, React, Redux, React Native Snippets. And so you want to install this and then go back to app.js and try again. And then it should work because that is the extension you need in order to complete that. So once you have done that, let's go to index.css and we're going to delete that entire folder structure or file structure. And then here in the index.js, we're going to delete the report web vitals, delete that portion right there. And then you want to delete this bottom portion right here. So delete that and you should be good to go. I think that's everything we need to delete. We will find it out in a second. I think I got it though. And so after we have done that, what we're going to do is scroll down to the bottom or right here in the terminal and we're going to type npm. And then we're going to type start. And that should get our React app started. And so once you start up the React app, it should be a blank canvas. All right. I know a lot of times you start up your React app, you see the spinning React logo, but we deleted all that. So we're not going to see any of that right now. So you should just come to a blank canvas. It might say app in the top corner over here once this thing loads. So we wait on this to load. And so if you have not already, man, make sure that you guys subscribe to the channel. We are going to continue to put out these React applications for you. So here we go, app right here. And what we're going to do now is we're going to minimize the web browser because we have some things that we do want to do first. And so what we're going to do is go to the public folder. We're going to change the favicon and the title because I like to show people how to do that. We're going to go to the index.html and we're going to go right here. You see React app. That is your title. And if you don't know what the title is, is right here where it says React app. We're going to change that and we want it to say cloudy, or you can make it say weather app or whatever you like. But we're going to change it to cloudy like this. And then we're going to go back to our web browser, make sure it's right. Yes, it's changed to cloudy. And next thing we're going to do is change this favicon because I like a clean favicon. So the favicon, I'm going to show you a trick for changing your favicon in React. Okay. So what you want to do, once you see the React logo and you see the name is favicon.ico, you can just replace that by putting in a file with the same name. All right. And so you should see down below in the description, you should see, a folder. I'm gonna go to mine where it says cloudy files. It should say something like images for this project or something like that. And you're gonna click cloudy files and you see we got 3 images here. And we're gonna go ahead and import one of those, and it's favicon.png. Now, make sure that you don't name this .png afterwards. Remember that it has to be ICO, but we are simply, I've named it .png so you can see it here, because if I name it ICO, it just won't show up. So here we go, .png, and we're going to rename this to ICO. So delete the favicon.ico first, and then the .png, you want to rename this to favicon, and then take the PNG out and just name it ICO. And that should change your favicon in React. So it's not changed yet. We're going to refresh and it should change. Boom. Now that is done. So we are finished working inside of the public folder. Now we're going to import some of the necessary starter files or starter code that we will need for this app. So the first thing we're going to do is go to the index.css. If you go back to that same gist that I showed you earlier, we have the app.css right here. For this one, I decided to keep the index. You can keep index or app.css. Either one is fine. So we're going to go back to this code. Simply paste the index.css inside of the, and paste that app.css inside the index.css. And so that is done there. The next thing that we're going to do is work on our folder structure. Okay. And so the folder structure is pretty simple. What we're going to do is create some folders inside of the source folder right here. So the first thing we're going to do is get some components here. Components. There we go. Some components here. And we're going to simply work within the source folder the entire time here on out. I believe we have everything else done. So we got components, and we're going to add all our folders. So components is one. So make sure you add all of these inside of the source folder. So components, and then we're going to need helper. We're going to also need images, you can say images or img. I'm gonna say img here. We're gonna also need pages like that. We're gonna also need theme like this, and then we're gonna also need hooks, which will hold any custom hooks. We'll only have one, but we'll say hooks right now. Those are all the folders we need for now. We will be adding 2 more after this, but these are the starter folders that we'll need. Okay, so let's go to the helper. Inside of the helper folder, what we're gonna do is put a file in here, and it's gonna be called colors.js like this. And so inside of colors.js, I already have it done for you. What we're doing in here is creating a way to keep our colors together. And if you look inside the gist, you want to go to where colors is, just simply copy and paste that. Those are the colors that we're using in this project. So copy and paste it there inside of the helper. All right, the next thing we're gonna do, the hook, we're gonna go through that step by step together, but we're gonna paste our images in. So we're gonna go back to that same little file that we had these in right here, and we're gonna just drag and drop those in here. So what we're gonna do is take the logo and drag it into images, and then we're gonna go back to that file again, and we're gonna take the sun. Now the sun, this is just a loader that we're gonna be using inside of the project, so that's cool. All right, and then let's go to our theme. So inside of the theme, I have these done for you as well. We're gonna go back to that same gist, and what we're gonna do is go to this right here where it says styled and theme.js. We need both of those. So let's create a file right here. So file, 2 files. We need the theme file and the style. So styled.js, and this will hold all of our all our material UI styled components that are already done for you guys. So let's go back to it, and we're gonna copy this. So copy this entire thing right here, and once you have that copied, go back and just simply paste that in. And then after that, we need to create the theme. So theme.js like that. And so once you create the theme.js, what we're gonna do is go back once again and just take that theme.js, copy, and then paste it just like that. And I don't know why that's still there. We're gonna delete that. So what we have to do next, I'm just gonna clean this up a little bit, and that looks pretty good. Let's look at the helpers, colors.js. Yes, all that looks pretty good. All right, so the next thing we're going to do is create the component files that we need. So let's go ahead and start with that. So the first one we're going to do is the chart.jsx, and I usually just use JSX inside of the components just so just because I honestly like how that little logo looks right there, to be honest. But it kind of helped me differentiate between what I'm actually using, like what code I'm going to be putting in, like usable code in terms of code that has some functionality to it, other than just pure JS code. So just kind of helped me differentiate between the two. So next, we're going to put in the footer.jsx. Going to create another file, and we're going to name this left nav.jsx. We're going to create another file. We're going to call this Mapbox. So Mapbox.jsx. Another file. We're going to call this news.jsx. Another one. I'm going to call this loader.jsx. Another file, and we're going to call this saved items.jsx. Another one, and we're going to call this search bar. So search bar.jsx. Another file, we're going to call this one 3-day forecast, and we'll only have a few more left. So 3-day forecast.jsx. Today's overview. So today's overview.jsx. And then 2 more, so top nav.jsx, and then another component called weather display .jsx, just like that. All right, now that we have all these components done, I'm gonna just delete these tabs. I have all these tabs up here. Now that those tabs are deleted, we're gonna close the components folder and we're gonna go to the pages folder and we're gonna create some pages here. And so the first page that we'll create will be the map.js. We'll also create the dashboard.js. We'll create the saves.js, and then we'll create an all pages. So all pages.js. Now this all pages.js will be used so we can just import the dashboard, map, and saves into another file with just one line. So what we're going to do is type export default as, and then we'll say dashboard like that, and then we'll say from, and don't forget that from dashboard like that. So what we're gonna do now is just Control C and then Control V. Gonna copy and paste that, and we're going to say map here, and then we'll say saves here. And so you can do the same thing. I mean saves. We'll say map, and then on this one we'll say saves. And so you can do that same thing for the components as well if you would like to, but I'm not going to do it inside of this project in particular. So now that we have that, we're going to close these tabs out as well. And now we're in the app.js. So what we're going to do in the app.js is import a couple of things. So we're going to start out with the theme provider. So first thing we're going to do is type import theme provider like that, and then the theme provider will be coming from at MUI/material/styles like that. The next import we will have is the theme, and this theme is what we imported earlier from the gist. So it will say from, and then we'll say theme/theme. The next import we'll have will be the dashboard container. We also imported this one from that gist. So dashboard container like that. And then we'll also have the middle container like that. And that will be coming from the theme/styled like that. Dashboard container, middle container. All right, the next import we will have is coming from the React router dump. So let's go ahead and import our routes and our wrap like that. And that will be coming from React router dump. The next import we will have will be the dashboard, the map, and the saves. And you remember I said we can do a one-liner, and that will be coming from pages/all pages. Next import we'll have will be the top nav, so the top nav like that, and that will be coming from components/top nav. Next import will be the weather display, so weather display, and that will be coming from components/weather display. That next import will be the left nav, so left nav, and the left nav will be coming from components/left nav. Next import we'll have will be import footer, and it will be coming from components/footer like that. All right, before we start typing inside of this app, is something important that we have to do. We need to make sure that we wrap this app in browser router so React router DOM can work properly. So let's go to our index.js, and right here we're going to import browser router. So import, and then a bracket, browser router. So browser router like that, and that'll be coming from React, and then dash router dash DOM like that. And then you want to wrap app inside of browser router. So browser router, and then take app like this, and then wrap that inside of app. And now we're going to go back to app. So from there, what we're going to do is go to the theme.js because I noticed an error, and you're probably not going to have to correct this error. When I did the gist, I just pasted this wrong. So this shouldn't say that. It should say this. So main colors.secondary text. It should say this. All right. But it should be correct on your end already. Let's go out of theme. And we're going to go to where it says app. And we're going to type hi just to make sure everything is currently working. So right here it says app hi. So that means we are good to go. So we're going to delete app hi. And we're going to hit enter on div. And we're going to type in top nav. So top nav will be the first component that we will work inside of. And we will format this document. And we're going to do that so I can show you the extension that I'm using. The extension that I'm using is Prettier. If you want to use this formatter, I think VS Code has a built-in formatter already. If you want to use it, it's fine. You can use Prettier. That's fine. It won't really stop the process of this app. So what we're going to do next is go to top nav and make sure that everything is working inside of top nav. So we're going to type RAFCE just to make sure everything is up and working, and we'll go back here and it should say top nav. All right, I am going to put these side by side in a second. Next, we'll go back to our gist and you should see something that says top nav, and we're going to take this code and we're going to simply copy and paste it. Now this is code from Material UI, and so that's why we're not really going to go over that entire piece of code because it's just directly from Material UI, and we're just going to simply paste that in, and you will have an error at first, but we're going to get rid of that error as soon as we take this component and put in the necessary imports and different things like that. So what we're going to do is import, and we want prop type. So prop types from at, not material, but from prop types like that. We want another import. We want to import memory router. So memory router from React router DOM. We want link. We also want to import match path. Path should be capitalized. So match path. And use location. Not set location. Use. The U on my keyboard is not functioning right now. But we'll use location from React router DOM. We also want to import static router. So static router. U. Come on, U. Router. From React dash router DOM, like that. DOM server, React router server. That U not working actually messed me up. So from there, we're going to import a couple of different components here. So app bar will be one from at MUI material. We want the box. We also want divider, drawer, icon button, list, toolbar, tabs, tab, topography, that should be capital, so topography, from at MUI material. All right. Another import will be import. We'll have menu, and these will be some icons, dashboard, star, map, and that'll be coming from MUI / icons / material. So MUI, gotta put an @ sign here, at MUI icons material, like that. All right. And then we also want to import our logo here. So it's going to put the logo on the nav bar. So logo from .img / logo .png, like that. So that imports the logo. And to know that the import of your logo or image is correct, you'll see it like on the left hand side, like that. Right below this right here, we need to put that, and I think that should fix the error. Yep, we added that. Now we can take this const away here, and then we can start typing the rest of this code. So from inside of here, we're going to write a return bracket like this, and then we'll type a box, and then we're going to type hi. And I made an error here. This should say React router slash DOM dash DOM slash server, like this. And now if we go to this, it should say hi. So now we know we have everything up and running, and we're really about to get into some of the exciting parts, because now you're actually going to see some visual changes. So with that, we're going to split this. All right, now that we have everything split, let's delete this hi. We're going to go up to the box, and we're going to type an SX prop like this. And so this SX, all this is Material UI's version of styled or inline style inside of React. So we're going to type SX, we're going to type display like this, and we're going to type a bracket, and we'll say SM, which just means small in Material UI, and we'll say none. I believe that small is around, I think, 400 pixels. I cannot remember off the top of my head, but this is basically responsive design work right here. So we're doing our responsive work. And now that we have a small inside of there, we're going to go back inside of this box, and we're going to type app bar. We're going to place the app bar here, and we're going to give it, I thought it was an inline, but it's not inline. We're going to give it this, and we're going to say component like this, and then we'll say nav. This should be inside some quotations, and then we'll say nav like this. We're gonna say toolbar, so toolbar, and then we'll say icon button. So icon button like this. So we got a toolbar, the icon button. Inside of icon button, we're gonna have a couple of different things. We're gonna have a color, and we're gonna let the color be inherited. So inherit color. We're gonna have a label, so ARIA label like that, and we'll say open drawer. So open drawer, and we'll say edge. It will say start. Go with on click, and the on click will be handle drawer toggle, and this was created up here. The handle drawer toggle was created here at the top part of the router. Here it is, the handle drawer toggle right here, and this is basically the mobile nav, by the way. And so now that we had the on click, we're gonna add another SX, and this SX will be MR2 display, and display will be SM none like this. MR2, yep. And so from there, we'll go down to, we'll go right below that, we'll say menu, and then this will be a self-closing tag, and then we'll say icon button again, icon button. No, we won't. So right below the icon button, we'll have a typography. So typography, and the variant of this typography will be 6. So variant, and it will be 8.6. We'll also give it a component, and the component will be a div like that. And next we'll give it an XX prop again, and so say XX, we'll say flex grow. The flex grow, not fro, flex grow will be equal to 1. Give it a display XS of none, SM, which is small, and XX is extra small, and we'll give it block like this. Don't forget your commas right there. All right. So inside this typography, you can type whatever you want, but I'm just going to type cloudy like this. So cloudy. And I want to format the document. So let's format that. And we'll say cloudy there. And so right below the toolbar, you'll see app bar. And below app bar, we're going to type in another box. So box like that. Inside of that box, we're going to get a component of nav like this. Inside of there, we're going to put a drawer. So drawer like this. And inside that drawer, we're going to have a couple of different things. First, we're going to type container like that. And the container is going to be container. And this was defined at the top as well. We'll have a variant, and then that variant will be temporary. So temporary. Next, we'll say open, and then open will be equal to mobile open on close effect. So on close, and then its on close will be also handle draw toggle. We have model props, so model props, and then in this model props, we're gonna have two brackets, and we're gonna say keep mounted. So keep mounted is gonna be equal to true, like TRUE, like that. And then we're gonna have an SX prop again, and we're gonna say display, and we'll say SX, or we need a bracket first, so extra small, and we'll say block. I think extra small is either 200 or 0. I cannot remember that either, just off the top of my head. But like I said before, it's basically responsive design work. And then SM will say none. We're gonna put a comma here, and then we're gonna have a quote and then this is gonna allow us to directly influence the classes of Material UI directly. We'll say and dot MUI drawer dash paper, and then equals, and we'll say box sizing, so box sizing, and it will say border box, comma, it will say width, and this will be equal to the drawer width, which was defined at the top as well. Okay, so now that we are in that, we're gonna go right below this box, and we'll say tool bar like this, and we'll say toolbar, and we need to place the drawer somewhere, which right where you see drawer, or right above it, we'll put some curly brackets here, and then we'll say drawer like that. So drawers should be getting used. And see, nothing has changed here, but what we're going to do is go to inspect. We're going to go to this right here where it says toggle device, and it's already up, but let's just kind of bring this out a little bit. And I want to click the top, and I want to type this iPhone SE or whatever kind of phone on the side you want to pick. So now you can see that it's up, and you can see dashboard, map, and saves, and you see how the top changes as well. And so let's go to responsive, and we'll keep it up just like that, and boom. So now you see everything is working with the left nav, and it's responsive. So congratulations, you have the left nav done. Looks decent enough. And so now we'll move on to more of the desktop kind of stuff, and we'll work on the left nav that will be over here. Okay, so we're going to travel back to our app. And so in our app, what we're going to do is type in theme provider. So we're going to go theme provider here. Okay, and then we're just going to take this top nav, and we're going to paste this theme provider inside of top nav here. And so like that. And top nav kind of goes away for a second. And so we're going to fix that issue right real quick. What we're going to do is type equals. I mean, you're going to type theme equals, and then we're going to type theme. And so what that will do is import the theme that we are currently using inside of the top nav. So now you see that it's changed, and so it's a little different from how it was. I wanted to wait until we had a component to actually put in so you can see how theme can change. And if you take away this part, this will cease to exist. So now that we have the theme provider inside of the theme, or the theme inside of the theme provider, what we're going to do next is type in dashboard container, and dashboard container like this. And let's format this document real quick. So dashboard container. The dashboard container is basically everything that is beyond this top nav that is inside of this. So inside of the dashboard container, we're going to type in left nav. So we're going to go left nav. So let's see, left nav like that. Hit. And this will be a self-closing component. And so now that we have a left nav inside of here, you see things disappear again. And so this is something else that I want to teach you guys. If you have a component that is just completely empty, like left nav is right now, it will delete your app and it will cause an error to make it go completely blank. So what we're going to do, let's delete top nav here. Let's go left nav, and we're going to type RAFCE in here. And so now that we have this type thing, you see how everything comes back. And so that is something to know. Just a little quick tip from me to you. And so now it says left nav in here. We're going to import the left navigation, and the left nav will sit. We see what it says left nav now. That's where left nav will sit. So let's go ahead and edit everything in here. We're going to go back to this cloudy app, scroll down, and you should see left nav here. We're going to take that, copy and paste this. So copy and paste that inside of your left nav. And now all we have to do is get our imports right. It should say compile with problems, but that's okay. We're going to fix those problems, man. Let's go. So the next thing we're going to do is work inside of our imports. So inside of the left nav, we're going to import prop types again. So import prop types, so prop types. And like I said earlier, that is not from material UI, that is from prop dash types, like that. The next import we're going to have is the tab. So we're going to import tabs, and we're also going to import tab like this, and that'll be from at MUI material like this. The next import we're going to have is the memory router. So memory router link, match path again, so match path, and use location, and that will be coming from React router DOM. So router DOM like that. Another import, I'm going to import static router, so static router, and this will be coming from React router DOM slash server like that. Server like that. Another import, we're going to import dashboard, so dashboard map and star, and that will be coming from at MUI icons material like that. Another import, we'll be importing the left nav container, so left nav container, and this will be coming from dot slash theme slash styled. Another import will be the logo again, so import logo from dot slash img slash logo dot png. Just like that. Like I said, check and make sure you have the icon here on the side. Now that we have that done, we have this right here, and this is another piece of code that is coming from Material UI. And so all we have to do is scroll down, and inside of the left nav, we have console nav. What we're going to do is type a couple of different things. So we're going to go inside of the left nav right here, and we're going to type const, and we're going to type route match. So route match like this, it's going to be equal use route match. So use route match like this in order to match the routes together. And this will help us enable an ability for us to determine which route we're on, and it will highlight that on the navigations part. So what we're going to do, we're going to have slash, that'll be one. Another one will be map, and then another one will be saves like that. All right. And so what we're going to do next is type in const current tab, and the current tab is going to equal the route match. So it's going to match the route pattern, question mark pattern, question mark dot path like that. All right. Looking pretty good so far. Next thing we're going to do is go inside this return right here. And so where it says left nav, we're going to delete this div right here. And inside of this, we're going to type left nav container like this. Okay, now we get into the good stuff. We're going to start creating stuff. So left nav container is here, and we can make that big. We don't have to keep that console up. So left nav container, we're getting to the exciting stuff, man. Now I'm excited. All right, so left nav container, we're going to type in a div right here. So we're going to say div class name is going to be nav-img, and then we're going to close that off, and we're going to have an img inside that. So image, so img. Source will be logo. So delete those marks right there. Let's put a curly bracket, and we're going to say logo because the source will be the logo. And then we're going to type in the alt, and the alt will simply just be logo like that. All right, let's format the document here, guys. So format document. And so below this div, we're going to type in tabs. So tabs, capital T. So tabs like this. Inside of tabs, we're going to have a couple of different things. So the first thing we're going to have is a value. So value like this. And the value will be current tab. So current tab like that. The next thing we're going to type is orientation. So orientation. And then it's going to equal to vertical like that because we want a vertical nav. The next thing we're going to do is type indicator color. So indicator color like this. And we're just going to leave it blank. And so it just inherit a color by just leaving it blank like that. So right below this, we're going to type our tab. So we're going to say tab like this, and tab will be a self-closing component. And so we're going to type icon here. So we're going to say icon, and the icon will be dashboard. So dashboard like this. Okay. Next, we will have a label. So we'll say label, and the label will be equals to dashboard. So dashboard like this, and it'll have a value. The value will be equal to that right there, and that is just this is the equivalent of what the route is right now. It's basically the slash, even though you can't see it. That's what the route is. Okay, and then we'll say 2, and 2 will be the same as the value. So we're gonna have a slash there again, and it'll say component. And the component will be equal to a link like this. Okay. So the next thing we're going to do, and you see how it's already blue because we are on the dashboard. What we're going to do is copy this entire thing, and we're going to paste it 3 more times, format the document, and you should see it pop up 3 more times. And we're going to simply change this around. So dashboard, we want this to say map. And we're going to change the label as well to map. And we're going to change the value to slash map like this. Even though we don't have it React router set up yet, it's fine. And 2 will be map. Same thing here. We will change this to star. We'll change this to saves. And then we will change the value to saves. And we'll change the 2 to saves. Just like that. And we already have the link stuff right here. And so that is the left navigation right there. So format document just to make sure everything is looking fine the way it is. So that's the left nav. If you click and you see how it changes, there we go. So congratulations on completing the left navigation. All right, back to app. We can close that tab. Inside of app, what we're gonna do now is enter, and we're gonna type middle container like this. All right, and so middle container. Now we're gonna start really working with React Router DOM, and we're going to put in our first route. And so let's type in routes right here, and then let's type in our first route. Our first route will be self-close, and we're gonna type path. First path is just going to be a slash right there, which is basically the home page. And then we're going to type element right here, and the element will be the dashboard. So dashboard like this. And don't be surprised at what will happen next. It goes away. And so the reason for that is because dashboard does not contain anything right now. And so what we have to do is now make this dashboard element. So let's go to dashboard, and the first thing we're going to do is type RAFCE like that. And so when you type that in, you can see everything comes back. You can see dashboard written here at the top, and so everything that is inside of this dashboard will be shown right here at the top. Okay, and so we have some imports, but before we get into the imports, it is important for us now to start working with our API and also to work with React Router DOM. Well, not React Router DOM, my bad, Redux. Sorry about that. We're going to work with our API and we're going to work with Redux now. So let's go ahead and start with that setup. We have to first create 2 new folders, and those 2 folders will be inside of the source folder, of course. And the first one will be app, and then the other one will be inside the source folder as well, and we'll call it services like that. Okay, so inside of the services folder, we're going to have 3 files, right? We'll have the news API.js. We're going to also have the weather API.js, and we're gonna have the weather slice.js. All right, and so we're gonna have those 3 things. So the first thing we're gonna set up with Redux is our API. So click on weather API, and the first thing that we're going to do is add some imports. So let's go here. So we're gonna say import, and we're gonna say create API. And we're also going to import the fetch base query like this. So fetch, that should be base query like that. And then we'll say from at, and it would be Redux Toolkit slash not React, but query, then slash React like that. All right. So from there, we're going to go to Rapid API. The link will be down in the description, or you can follow along with me and we'll say rapidapi.com. We'll log in, and then after you get logged in, the next thing you want to do is type in weather, and it should be one of these top ones. So yeah, we go weather api.com. This is what it looks like. Let me enlarge this so you can see. So weatherapi.com. And from there, what we're going to do is click on the forecast weather. We're going to go over to the node.js, and we're going to go to JavaScript, fetch. We're going to copy the code, and we're going to go back over into our VS Code editor. What we're going to do for now is just enlarge this so we can see the full screen. And there we go. So now we have these pasted in here. And so from there, what you want to do is type in const base URL. All right, this is the base URL, and we need this to set up this service. So what we're going to do from there is take this right here from the weather API right there. So take that base URL, copy it down, and then you want to paste it in here. All right, next thing that we're going to do is take those headers. So const weather headers like that equals an object. And so they're basically these headers right here. So we're going to take these headers, copy those, and then paste them inside of here. And so after you do that, you can go ahead and delete this, so because we don't need that anymore. The next thing we're going to do is set up a request. So we're going to say const request weather, like that, request weather, and we're gonna say equals, and we're gonna type an arrow function here, URL, and we're gonna have an object here. We're gonna say URL headers, and we're gonna say weather headers, like that, weather headers. All right, so now the request is done. Now we need to export. So what are we gonna export? Const weather API, like this, equals create API. So create API, did create by mistake, so don't do create, because then you're gonna automatically import that. So what we're gonna do from there is have an object there, and inside of that object we're gonna have a reducer path. So reducer path, and the reducer path is gonna be weather API. So usually these two are the same right there, weather path, comma, base query. The base query will be fetch base query. So fetch base query. And from there, we will have an object in there, which will be base URL. Because we're going to take that base URL from here to there. And then we're going to have another comma, and we're going to have endpoint. So here we can set up all of our endpoints that we're going to have from that same API. So here we're going to have builder, arrow function. We're going to have some brackets here, some curly brackets here. And then what are we going to have first? So we're going to say get. Most of these do start with get, and then it'll be like whatever, get something. So get forecast weather. That's what we're going to name this one, get forecast weather. Builder. I cannot type today. Builder. There we go. Builder.query. And we're going to have another set of curly brackets here. And we'll say query, like this, location. And this is an arrow function. So location, we're going to say request weather, like this. And inside of the request weather, what we're going to do is have this line of code right here. So this end right here, where it says forecast.json, we're going to take that, copy it, and then you'll paste it here. So this is what we're going to use. And this location will be, or I should say, should take the place of London, like that. So let's say location. So whenever we call this, all we have to do is put in a location. It's going to call this API, whatever the location is right here. And it uses geolocation or strings. So it works out pretty good for the entirety of what we need it for. So here we go. And we're going to simply copy this right here where it says forecast weather, copy that. And then you want to paste it. And so from there, what we're going to do is change this from get forecast weather to get search weather. Okay, we're going to put search inside of here. And then we're going to change this forecast to search. And we'll also change this location to search. All right, and so we can go ahead and delete that and then delete this. So let me check though. Let's go back to Rapid API and let's go to search right here where it says search API, and let's make sure this is correct. So right here, like it says, say search.json. So that is correct. So we are good to go on that point. All right, so we do have to add one more thing at the bottom of this to make all of this work. And so we're going to say export const. We're going to say use get forecast weather query, like this. All right, that will enable us to use these and just call these APIs whenever we need them. And so I'm gonna just hit enter here and do the same thing, but we're going to change this to search, use get search query, and that will be equal to weather API, just like that. All right, so once we have that done, we can work on the app and set up our store. All right, from here, what we're going to do is go to our app, and then we're going to create a file, and we'll call it store.js. And so inside of the store, we'll have to create a couple of things and import a couple of things. So we're going to import configure store. So configure store from Redux Toolkit. The next thing we'll do is import that weather API that we had earlier. So weather API from /services/ weather API. And so from here, we're going to export our configure store. So we'll create the configure store. So export default configure store, and we're going to put an object in here, and we're going to create a reducer. So reducer like this, and this reducer will also have an object. We'll put weather API dot reducer path like that, reducer path, and then we'll say weather API dot reducer. All right, and so from here, all we need to do is add some more reducers from our weather API and our slice. And so what we're going to do next is go back to our slice, and we're going to create our slice. So what the slice is going to be, it will just store information that we will need later on, just like the location. And so what we're going to do from here is import a couple of different things. So in the slice, we're going to import create slice from Redux Toolkit. All right, and so now we're gonna have some initial states, and this is where the power of Redux is shown a lot. So we're gonna say const, and then we'll say initial state. So initial state, and we're gonna have an object. And so inside of this object, we can have anything that we need to be stored here. So there's a couple of different things we want to store. We want to store the location. And so right now it'll just be an empty string. We want to store the Fahrenheit. So Fahrenheit. And then we'll say true like that. And so Fahrenheit will always be true. The next thing we want to store is saves. We want to put that inside of an array. And we want to store item saved. And right now that will be false like that. All right. And so that is our initial state for different things. So the location will be used later on. Fahrenheit will go in between Fahrenheit and Celsius. Saves will be just an array of all the places that we have saved. And item save will just determine if that item has been saved already. Okay. So from here, what we're going to do is say const weather slice equals create slice. An object here, and so we're going to name this. We're going to name it weather. So name weather. The next thing that we have to do is say initial state like that. Now we need some reducer. So reducer like that. And so we need a reducer for each one of these initial states right here. All right, and so I'm going to show you guys how to do that. First, we'll say set location. And so remember that name, set location. We're going to need that. It's going to be very important later on. So set location, we'll say state, and we're going to say action. Arrow, and then we'll say state dot location equals action dot payload. Like that. All right, so this is gonna, the way that this is set up is gonna be the same for each one of those. So we can simply just hit a comma here, and we can just copy and paste this a couple times, one more time like that, because we're gonna be using the same kind of style here, the same kind of flow. So the next, instead of set location, we're gonna say set Fahrenheit. So set Fahrenheit like that. And it'll be state.Fahrenheit. So state.Fahrenheit. This should be lowercase. Next, we'll say set save. So set saves should go here. And then it'll be state.saves. And the next one will be set item save. So set item save. And then we'll change this to item saved like that. All right, we're almost finished with this. The next thing we have to do is come down here, and we're going to say export const, and it'll be an object that will have each one of these inside of it. So set location, set Fahrenheit, set saves, and set item save. We'll put all those in. So set location, set Fahrenheit, set saves, and then set item saved, and that will be equal to weather slice dot actions. And we need one more export, and then that export will be export default weather slice dot reducer, like that. And that is how you set up a Redux toolkit state management. It's very simple. This is a simple way to do it, and all of these will be available throughout the entire project. Okay, but it's one thing that we have to do in order to enable this throughout the entire project. So we need to go back to index.js, and so it's something that we have to do here in order to wrap all of that information inside of this app. All right, and so what we're going to do is import a couple of things. So we're going to import provider from React Redux, and we're going to import store, and this store will be coming from the app store. So we're importing a store here, and so it's almost similar to, if I go back to app.js, it's almost similar to this theme provider right here, the way we're going to set this up. So let's go back, and so we're going to go right here in between app and browser router, and we're going to import we're going to put the provider here, and we'll say store equals to store, like that, provider. And so all we're going to do is take this app, put the app in the middle of that, and so now all that information that we just put inside of the slice will be available for the app. All right, and so a simple setup there. And so the next thing that we're going to do is create our custom hook here. We're going to name it use geolocation.js. And so inside of here, I was going to go through this step by step, but in order to cut down time, as you may have already seen, the geolocation is right here. So what we're going to do is just simply take this import and then copy and paste it here. And so this will allow us to use geolocation wherever we want. I'll make a separate video just kind of explaining it line by line, but for right now, we'll just copy and paste it in to cut down on some of the time. So we have our geolocation hook, and what we're going to do is go back to our pages. So inside of pages, we're going to go to the dashboard, and now we're going to set up this dashboard and make everything start to kind of come to life here. So I have a couple of imports that we need. All right, import use selector from React Redux. We're going to also import use dispatch, like that. We're going to come up here, and right where you see React, we're going to import use effect. So we need use effect here. All right, now we're going to come back down. We're going to import set location. That needs to be a bracket. So set location from the weather slice, like I told you earlier. I'm going to also import some things from Material UI. So box, not from NUI system, but Material UI, box topography. We're going to also import stack. Going to also import divider. So divider, like that. Now we're coming from at MUI material. Next thing I'm going to do, I'm going to import use, the curly bracket, use get forecast weather query. The next thing we need is import moment. So moment, and that will be coming from React dash moment, like that. The next thing we need is to import use geolocation from that hook that we had earlier. Next thing that we need is to import our weather chart, and that'll be coming from slash components slash chart. Next thing we need to import is to import today's overview, and then we're coming from slash components slash today's overview. Next thing we're going to import is the search bar. So import search bar from slash components slash search bar. Next thing we're going to import is the 3-day forecast from components slash 3-day forecast. And last but not least, we're going to import loader from / components / loader, like that. All right. So we have all of these set up, and next we're gonna go down here into the dashboard, and we're going to create a couple of different things. So we're going to say const get geolocation, get geolocation, and that will equals use get geolocation, and we'll call it like that. All right. And so on the right, you'll see this error. And so all this error means is that we need to change this to an uppercase and then change the export to an uppercase. And that should fix that. And yes, it did. So that's fixed. Next, we're going to say const is loading location. And we'll say equals get geolocation that loaded. Next thing we're going to do is say const location state equals use selector, like that. And inside of this, we're going to have state. In that state, we're going to have an arrow function, and it'll say state dot weather state dot weather state dot location. What I'm going to do, show you something. So we're going to say console.log, and we're going to console.log the location state. And so we won't get anything yet. If I go to console, and you see it says undefined here. So what we have to do is go to our store, and we need to get access to the store, give access to the store. So inside of the services, we created it. Now you have to make sure that the store has it. The store only has the weather API info. So now we have to import. We're going to import weather slice coming from services / weather slice. And we're going to go inside the reducer, comma, and we're going to say weather state is weather slice. All right. And so from there, it gives us access to this entire array or this entire object. So let's go ahead and make that bigger a little bit. And you see we have access to every single item that is inside of that state. All right. And so now that we have that, go ahead and exit out of that. And now we can continue to proceed with the rest of the dashboard. We'll go ahead and get rid of that console.log here. And we have a couple of more things that we need to create. Const say data is fetching, and we'll say equals to use get forecast weather query, and inside of that we'll put location state. So think of this as me calling this right here, and we're putting location inside of it. Remember when we was in the store, or not the store, it was in the services. Where services is down here, and we was inside of this, and it was inside the API. So we're basically calling this and using the location state to call our API. All right. And so what we're going to do from here is say const dispatch, and I'm going to call it use dispatch. We'll call that. And all this does is allow us to use this dispatch function right here. And the dispatch function is going to allow us to update this location state. So now we're going to go down a little bit. And so from the API, we want to get some information out of that API. So we're going to define that. So we're going to say const current, and current equals data. And we're getting the data question mark dot current. So we're taking this data and taking the current data from it. And so const forecast equals data question mark dot forecast question mark dot forecast day, like that. Some more information that we need is the location. So we'll say const location equals data question mark dot location. Next we'll say const date to format equals location question mark dot local time. All right, so this is blank. What we're gonna do is check something. I think I missed two things. So we're gonna go to store, and here we need to add a middleware. So comma middleware, and then we're gonna say get default middleware. So get default middleware, arrow function here, and we'll say get default middleware again. So get default middleware dot concat, and then we're gonna put weather API dot middleware. Okay, and that should bring the screen back. Okay, and let's go to the dashboard here, and what I want to do is console.log data, and I want to go back to our console here. So let's go back to console. And we're getting undefined. Let's go and check the weather API, and yes. All right. So what happened? This is the same as the host. So this is not the correct base URL. What we want to do is go back to weather API, and right here, what we're going to do is take this and paste it in right here. And I think, let's get this entire part here. We got to get that comma. I mean, the slash. So that slash, let's go back to cloudy. Okay, let's refresh. Still getting undefined because let's go to dashboard. This location state isn't anything. Let's just type in, New York, and let's see, do we get anything now? And there we go. Okay, so as you can see, we're getting the location of New York, and the API is now up and running. Sorry about that, guys. A little error on my part. And so let's go ahead and return it back to location state, and let's get rid of that. And now we're ready to add some more things, some conditionals and things like that in order to get this up and running. All right, so what we'll do next is add a use effect. So use effect like that. And we're not going to add anything in here yet. We're just going to add a comment, and we'll say later. So we'll remember to come back and add that use effect in here. We'll go down and we want to add an if statement, because if some data is loading, we want something to happen. So say it's fetching or not is loading location. So if the data is fetching or the location is done loading, we want to return something. So we want to return, and we'll say for now, we'll just add a div, and we'll say loading. We will put the loader in here later on, but for right now, we'll just say loading. All right, so now that that is set up, we're gonna go back to the location state, and we're gonna type dot location like that. And I want to console.log show you this here again. So console.log and location state like that. And we're going to go to our console, inspect, and we're going to go to console, and you see it's blank because we had that empty string in there. And so now we're going to go inside of this use effect, and we're going to type the stuff that we need in here. And we had to change that because we need to get access to the specific location in order to make this use effect work. So what we're going to do is say let current location. So let current location equal an empty string. And so we need some logic here. So if location state, so if we have a location state, as you saw previously, and the console location state is blank right now. Okay. That's why I kind of saved to update that later so I can show you guys. So if location state, and we're going to put a bracket here. And so we're going to say current location is going to equal location state if we have that. All right. But if not, if we don't have that, we're going to say else if, and we're going to say if we have this. So if we have get geolocation question mark dot loaded, if that's happened, if the geolocation is loaded, current location is going to be equal to an array of get geolocation question mark dot coordinates dot lat comma get geolocation question mark dot coordinates dot lng. All right, so that is what it will equal if we have this and it's loaded, if it doesn't already give us the location state. All right, so now we're going to dispatch this, And what do we want to dispatch? Dispatch set location. So they're going to give it access to the location state. And what do you want to change it to? We want to change it to the current location, like that. All right. And there's a couple more things that we need to do here before all of this is done. We have to change these dependencies right here. So we're going to change those. So first we're going to put an array of dispatch. And the next thing we want to have is get coordinates, and these get coordinates Latin link. We want to paste those into the dependencies. The next dependency that we need is this get location loaded. We need that as a dependency as well. So just control C that, paste that there. Okay. And so the last dependency that we need, I believe, is location state. The location state there as well. And so with all of that, I think it's all the dependencies that we need, and this use effect should be set up to work now. All right. And so what we want to do from there is just to check and see what current location is. So I want to just simply go down here, console.log, current location. So we're going to inspect. Go to inspect like that, go to console. You should see two arrays here. And in these two arrays, you should see your current geolocation. All right. Now that that is done, we can continue with the rest of the application. And we're going to start down here inside of the return. So what we'll do is delete this dashboard. So once the dashboard is deleted, we need to add a few things. So let's add a box. And on that box, we'll add a padding. So P equals 4, and that is just Material I's way of adding padding. The next thing we're going to do is add a stack. So inside of that stack, what we want to do is add some different things here. So we'll add a direction, and then that direction will be SM, which is small, which I think is 400 pixels. So I could be wrong about that, but all this is some responsive design. We'll add a column, and for the medium view, we want to add a row. And so that'll just change how this looks depending on what resolution we're looking at it from. So from there, we want to add a justify content. So justify content, and that justify content will be equal to space between, like that. And so the next thing we'll do is add an SX prop. So that SX will be padding bottom, and it'll be equal to 2. And so let's go down inside of that stack. We'll add another stack. So a double stack here. And in stack, we'll have some topography in there. So topography like that. And that little trick does not work that time. And so let's go ahead and add the end of that topography there. And so inside of that topography, we're going to add something, which will be the location question mark dot name, like that. And so that topography should show up here. And you see how that looks? Let's change that. We want to add a variant here. So that variant will be a H5. So a variant equals H5. And so now you can see how that changes like that. All right, so what we're going to do is Control C that, copy and paste, and we want to copy and paste this 3 times. And so we want to change this inside and the variant. So this variant, instead of H5, we want to add a subtitle 2 to that, and it will be location question mark dot region this time. All right, the next thing we're going to change this one as well as to a subtitle 2. And so that's subtitle 2, and we'll change the inside this time. We won't have location here. We're going to have moment. All right, so we're going to have moment like that, a self-closing tag. And inside that moment, we want to format this. And this is just going to change how it looks. So right now we have the time up here, and we want to change that to LLL. And that'll change how this looks. And so now we have the time. And the next thing we're going to do is change this what is displaying. So we're going to say date, and the date we want to format is the date to format, like that. And so that date to format is up here at the top. So date to format, we're taking that location, local time, date, and putting it down here inside of this topography. All right. And so the next thing that we're going to do, we can just leave that the way it is. And we don't really have to put anything in there. So the next thing we're going to do is go ahead and add the search bar. So search bar, so search bar like that. and we're going to add a self-closing tag. Now you will notice everything disappears, which is fine. That's normal. And the reason for that is because the search bar is basically empty. So it doesn't have anything to put here, and it's just causing an error. And so that's normal, but we'll fill each one of these in. But for now, we're going to add a prop here. It will be location equals location. So we're going to take the information from location and place it in here. And what we'll do for now is just simply comment that out with KC like that. So now we will go below that stack and we'll add a couple more things. So we'll add today's overview. So today's overview, self-closing tag, and we're going to add some props in here as well. Current equals current like that. The next prop we'll add is forecast. So forecast equals forecast like that. All right, and then we're going to do the same thing. We're just going to comment that out so we can get our page back. The next thing we'll add is the 3-day forecast. So 3-day forecast, 3-day forecast. And that will also have a prop of forecast. And the forecast is equal to forecast as well. And we'll add a self-closing tag here. Another thing that we're going to do is add the weather chart. So weather chart, self-closing tag here. And it needs a prop of forecast. Like that, forecast equals to forecast. All right, so we're adding those props in there. Let's format this document here. So format the document. Everything looks good. All right. So we're going to Control-C those as well. So let's comment those out. And that should bring our page back. All right. So this is the information that we have. And we're going to go through each one of these components. We're going to build up the search bar. And we're going to build up these next. And once we do that, the information will start to fill itself in. So we're going to go to the search bar next. And so we can just uncomment it out first. And we're going to go to the search bar. And we're going to type RAFCE like that. And then we're going to work on this section of our app. This will also be the first time we get to work with any kind of saved data. And so let's get into this exciting part. All right. So first thing we need to do is import a couple of things. So we'll import. And the first import we'll have is use selector like this. We will also import use dispatch like we did in the other one in the dashboard. And so next thing we need to do is import set location. So bracket set location like that. And that will be coming from services like that / weather slice like that. The next thing that we need to do is import some of our material UI things. So first thing is box. The next one will be autocomplete. So autocomplete. The next thing we'll import is a text field. So text field. The next thing we'll import, and text field is capital, I believe. Text field like that. It kind of confused me sometimes. Some things are capital, some aren't. Next one is import adornment like that. The next one is toggle button. So toggle button. And that will be coming from at MUI / material. All right. The next thing we're going to import is search and star. So import search and star. And that will be coming from at MUI / icon / material. The next import we're going to have is import. And we will say use get search weather query from services weather API. And next two things we will have is import, and it will be set saves and set item like that, set item saved, and that will be coming from / services / weather slice. All right, so those are the imports that we will need for this. Let's go ahead and come down into the search bar and work a little bit. So right here, the first thing we're going to do is put the location prop in here, and we're going to destructure that prop, put in the brackets here. And then we're going to define a few things before the return. So before the return, we want to use state a little bit. So let's say const selected like that, and then set selected like that, and it's going to be equal to use state, and we're going to say false in here. Next one we will have is const search, set search, and it will be equal to use state, of course, and we'll set this one to an empty string. The next thing we're going to do is say const autocomplete list. So const inside a bracket, autocomplete list, and then comma set autocomplete list, like that. Okay, equals use state, and we'll have a bracket like that. All right, let's go down one, and we'll say const data. So data like that. And if you remember how we did on dashboard, it will be kind of the same thing here. So data, but we're not going to have is fetching in here. We're just going to have data equals use get search weather query, and we'll put search in here. And so this search will be inside of the use get search weather query. So anytime we search something up, it'll be defined here. And I did not import use state here. So let's import use state up at the top. So use state should go right up at the top. Let's format the document, make it look a little bit better. All right, so as I was saying, this search and this search will be the same. So as we're typing out into that search bar, it will update the API each time and it'll get us the new data. All right, next thing we're going to do is say const saves. So const saves equals use selector, like that, state, an arrow, and it'll say state dot weather state. So state dot weather state dot saves. The next thing we're going to do is say const dispatch equals use dispatch, like that, and call it there. All right, the next thing we're going to define is const get saved items. So const get saved items equals JSON. Going to be using some JSON here. Make sure you capitalize that entire thing, dot parse, and then we'll say local storage dot get item, and inside of get item we'll say saved items, like that. Next we need a use effect. So use effect and arrow, like that. And so what we're going to do in here is help or make it so that our data and our save data and stuff like that works. So we're going to have some if statements in here. So we're going to say if data, like that, and then we're going to say set autocomplete. So set autocomplete list data, like that. So if data, set autocomplete data. So next thing we're going to do, set if get saved items. So if we have get saved items, what do we want to do? We want to dispatch something. So we're going to dispatch, and we'll dispatch set saves and put get saved items inside of here. So put saved items inside of here. All right. And so now we're going to go down and we're going to put a dependency in here. That dependency will be data. And so we do want to add a line here. So right here, right before this data, if you take a look in your terminal, you will see something that says to ignore. Take this line of code right here and copy it and then paste it there. Okay, so put that line right there just to ignore that, and we should be good to go inside of the use effect. So the next thing that we're going to do is add a key down. So we're going to say const handle key down. So handle key down, and the handle key down will have an event inside of it. So event arrow function, and we're going to say set search. So set search, and it's going to be event dot target dot value, like that. The next thing we're going to do is say if event. So if that event dot key triple equal sign, if it is enter. So that all that does is allow us to know if the key down is enter, we will do something. So what will we do? We're going to say document dot get element by class name, and we'll say text dot click, like that. Okay, go get that class name, text dot click. All right, and so right below that we're going to add something else, and we'll say event dot target dot value equals an empty string. All right. And so that is the handle key down event that we need. And now we need to add something for the add save. So go say const add saves equals, and we're going to put item in here, arrow function. And so we'll say let item list. And this is how we will decipher through our saves in order to add them and in order to delete them as well. So equals, and then we're going to say, we're going to destructure saves. So dot saves like that. Right below that, we'll say let add array equals true. So this will allow us to add stuff to the array. The array will contain our saves. Now we need a for loop. So let's say for let I, this will be a traditional for loop, of course. Let I equals 0, I less than saves dot length, and then I plus plus brackets. Okay, and so if saves index of I dot name triple equals sign item dot name brackets item list dot, then we're going to splice. So splice I, so we're going to take the index 1 like that. Okay, and then we'll say add array equals false. So we're going to add an array will be false, so we'll shut that off. All right, and so below that for loop, what we're going to do is say if add array. So if it's add array, if add array is true, we want the item list dot push. So we're going to push that information, push that item in. All right, and so right below that if statement, what we're going to do is dispatch. So dispatch set saves, and we're going to dispatch that list. So we need to destructure that. So dot 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 item list. All right, good. All right, so we're going to add another use effect. Let's say use effect. Add the use effect in an arrow, and we're going to say local storage. So local storage dot set item, and we want to give it a name. So we had to give it a name. We're going to call it saved item with an S, save items JSON dot stringify. So JSON dot stringify, and then we'll put the save. So whatever our saves is inside of here, we'll put that. So saves is coming from that use selector, so that is going to be put inside of local storage here. All right, and so from here, what we're going to do is say const saved items, and we'll say equal JSON dot parse, and we're going to parse local storage. So local storage dot get item. So get item like that, and then inside of get item, we'll say saved items like that. All right, the next thing that we're going to do is say if saved items. So if we have saved items, we want to do something. All right, so if we have saved item, we want to say for, and we're going to have a traditional for loop here. So for let I equal 0, I less than saved items dot length, and then we'll say I plus plus, and then inside of that for loop we'll have another if statement. So if saved item with an S index dot name. So if the name is equal to location dot name, so if the name matches, we're going to do something. What are we going to do? We're going to set selected to true. And so we're setting selected to true to let us know that this item is already selected. Okay. And so with that being said, we'll add another thing. We'll add dispatch. We're going to dispatch the set item saved. We're going to dispatch set item saved and set it to true as well. Okay. And so with that being said, we're going to go down. So you see the for loop here. And so right where that for loop is, well, right after dispatch, we're going to add a break statement. So add a break right there. All right. And so where that if statement is, at the end of that if statement, we're going to add an else if. So else if, so we want something else to happen. So else if saved items index.id is not equal to location.name. So if it's not equal to location.name, we're going to do something for that as well. So what are we going to do? We're going to set selected to false. So let's set it to false, and then we're going to dispatch again. So dispatch set item saved, and we'll set it to false as well. Basically doing the opposite of what we did the first time. All right. And so what we're going to do is go down to the end of this use effect, and we're going to add something here. We're going to add the dependency saved, or saves with an S, guys, saves with an S. And then we're going to add another line or another ignore line. So if you scroll up, you can get that ignore line back, or you can go to your terminal. It should be down there. And we're going to add that ignore line here. All right. And so we added the ignore line. And now we can start to work inside of our return statement here and add everything we need in order to get this up and running. Sometimes this happens, sometimes it doesn't. So I do want to say it's important that you follow the step that I'm about to tell you. Sometimes when you're working with local storage, you can get a blank screen here. If it tries to say something too early or something happens, it may not have happened to you, but throughout this project, you may have an error happen with local storage, and that's fine. That's why usually people work with backends here, but we're not doing any backend code. So what we're going to do, and I'm going to show you guys this, what you want to do is go to inspect. You want to go to let's see, application, and here we go, local storage. You may have to delete your local storage. If you have saved items already, it may throw an error and this entire screen may go blank. Okay, so just know if that happens, just go to local storage here, find it, and you want to delete it like that. All right, delete the local storage and it should come back. And now with that being said, there's one more thing I want to do before we get into the return statement. Inside of the terminal, I did notice this line of code, get default middleware is defined but never used. I want to go ahead and change that. While I'm thinking about it, let's go to the store and just delete this get middleware. You don't need that piece of code right here. And so when you delete that, it should compile and then it should be ready to go. So, and we will exit out of these tabs and go back to the search bar. So inside of the search bar, we're going to add a couple of things. Let's delete this div first, and we'll add a box. So just a simple box like that. And in that box, we want to add an SS prop. And inside of the SX, we'll add a display. And that display will be flex like that. We'll also add an align item. So align items. And then we will align items to flex end. Also, we will add a gap. And a gap will be 1 REM. All right, let's go inside of the box and we're going to add an autocomplete. So autocomplete. And we're going to have that be a self-closing component like that. Inside of this autocomplete, we'll also add another SX. Inside of SX will be a width, and that width will be 15 REM. And we'll add a padding of 0 like that. Next, we're going to add something called free solo that is a custom to or primarily used for material UI components there. And so we're going to use a free solo. We're also going to add a disable clearable. And that disable clearable will just be like that, disable clearable. We'll also add a filter options. And inside of that, we're going to add a X and then an arrow function right here and an X like that, or just an arrow and an X, just like that. We will also add an ID equal to search like that. We'll add an onChange, so onChange. And in that onChange, what we'll do is add an event. And we'll also add a value like that. And we'll add an arrow function. And then we want to dispatch. So dispatch. And we're going to set the location to the value. And so what this will do is on change is going to dispatch that location and change that location once again. Okay. And so from there, what we're going to do is add an options, and the options will be equal to that autocomplete. So autocomplete list question mark dot map. And inside that, we're going to say data arrow data dot name. So we're going to take the name in order to complete the auto completion. Okay. Now we're going to add an input. So we're going to say render input like that. And then we want to add a couple of things inside of this. So we'll say equal. We want a bracket. And inside of that, we'll add a bracket here, and we'll say params. So params. We'll add an arrow. And what we want to do is add a few things inside of this render. We want to render a text field. So text field like this. And that text field will be a self-closing component like that. And we want to add a few things inside of that text field. So what we'll add is class name equal to text. All right. We'll also add an ID, and the ID will be equal to search field. We'll also add a placeholder. So placeholder. That placeholder will be equal to search locations like that. We'll also add an on key down like that. And we'll say handle key down. Handle key down like that. Then we'll add the params, but we want to destructure those. So destructure the params here. All right. And then we're going to add an input prop. So input props. Not input label prop, but input props like that. So input props equal to curly braces here. Inside of those two curly braces, we want to add a dot 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 params. And then we want to say dot input per props. I want to say params again, but input props. And we want to add a comma here. We're going to say type is search. And we're going to add another comma to the end of this. And then we'll say start adornment like that. And then we want to put something in here. So we'll say input adornment. And what we want to do is put something here. So we want to say position. So position. Let me add some space. Position. And we want to say equal to start. Like that. And then we want to put something inside this input adornment, and it will be search like that. I want to have a self-closing tag there with the search. All right, let me scroll down a little bit, and from here I want to just get rid of space, and I will format this document like this. All right, that is looking good so far. Looking good. Okay, we can type inside of that. All right, so what we'll do next is go down, and we want to add something right after this autocomplete is over. And so after the autocomplete, we want to add a toggle button. So we're going to add the toggle button here. We'll say toggle button. So toggle button like that. Toggle button. Yeah, I had that right. Toggle button like that. And the toggle button will have some things inside of it. So I want to format this document, and I'm going to add some things inside of this toggle button. So it's like SX, we'll say width, and the width will be for REM. All right. And so from there, another thing we want to add is a value. And so that value will be equal to check. Another thing we're going to add is a color, and that color will be what? Primary. And so that is coming from the theme that we have already imported or already copy and pasted into this app. Another thing we want to do is say selected like that equals, and then we'll say selected. Add it on change. And in the on change, we're going to say equal. And inside that on change, we have a bracket here. And we'll put an arrow here. And then inside that arrow, we want to have another bracket. All right. And so we want to say set. And then we'll say selected like that. And set selected will be equals to or we would have inside the set selected. Whatever selected is, the not selected. That's how I read that. And then what we want to do is say add saves. So add saves, and we'll say location like that. All right. Don't forget your semicolon here. And from there, right below the toggle button, we want to add a star. So add a star and then close it off. And that star will be used in order to toggle on and off what we're going to be saving. Okay. And so what we want to do now is format this document here like that. All right. And I'm going to refresh this. And there goes the star right there. And you see how that star just kind of go in and out of color. And so that will be how we'll determine what is saved, what location is saved, and what locations are not saved. All right. And so that is the completion of the search bar. All right. We have a lot more to do, but that is a great start. We have the dashboard map and saves. On the left side of the navigation, we have the city, we have the location, we can search and type in here, and we have the button that allows us to save these locations. All right. Also, you can see if we type in new, you can see New Orleans, or let's say if we type in Los like that, and then Angeles, and there it is, Los Angeles. So it is already working, and you can see that this application is starting to look a lot better. All right, let's continue. Let's test the local storage function as well. And so this functionality, let's go to inspect. And inside of inspect, let's delete this. And you see it says Moscow. Let's hit the button here. And we're going to go to application and local storage. As you can see at the bottom here, that everything here is being saved. It's being saved. We have a lot of data that is saved, and we'll use that data in order to show it up. And so we can hit it away, and you see now it says no properties, and you can see it's working in real time. But let's test another one. Los Angeles, let's load it up, and now you can see Los Angeles, and you get all the information from Los Angeles. We can click it, delete Los Angeles, and then I can refresh, and then we have Moscow again, and let's delete Moscow, and you see it is working in real time. We're going to click off of that, and we're going to proceed with the rest of this application. Also, before we continue, we do want to scroll up and take this line here, and we want to copy and paste it inside of this use effect as well. And now we can continue going. Let's go ahead and exit off of this tab, and we're going to go back to our dashboard. So inside of dashboard, what we're going to do is uncomment this. And then we're going to, wait, I noticed one thing. This should not have two curly braces on it, because that's going to put us a level above where we need to be. So take those curly braces off of there. Congratulations if you caught that already. But let's go ahead and go to today's overview. And today's overview is here. And we're going to type RAFCE. And inside there, we're going to add some imports, and you see that everything is back. And so inside of today's overview, we're going to add a couple of imports. So we're going to import, and we're going to import box. So let's import box. So box, topography. We're going to also import grid. We're going to import stack, and we're going to also import paper. And that will be coming from at MUI material like that. We're also going to import colors, so colors like that, and that will be coming from /helper/colors. The next import we're going to do is import, and we're going to import use selector from React Redux. We're also going to import moment, so import moment like that, and we're coming from React moment. We'll also import Swiper, and I do want to say, if this is your first time using Swiper, this will be a great thing for you to learn. Swiper is great, and it's going to help you in a lot more projects. We'll import Swiper slide, and that'll be coming from swiper slash React, like that. The next import, we'll import the CSS for swiper. So import swiper slash CSS. All right. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to put our props in here. And so our props will be current and forecast. All right. So I'm going to go down here and we have to define a few things. The first thing we're going to define is cost Fahrenheit, and we'll say equals use selector, like that, state arrow state dot weather state, I want to say slash bad, so weather state dot Fahrenheit, like that. That's just giving us access to the Fahrenheit state. And so Fahrenheit will be Fahrenheit. Next thing we're going to do is add a date. So const date equal new date. We'll also take the hours from that date. So current hour equals date dot get hours, like that. Call it there. On that, we'll say const day 1 hours equal forecast. So forecast question mark dot bracket. So it'll say 0 dot hour, like that. And so what we're going to do is just copy this and we're going to paste it, because basically we're going to take that, put a 1 here, and we'll say day 2 hours. The next thing we're going to do is come down and we're going to say const hours 48 linked equal day 1 hours question mark dot concat, and then we're going to put the day 2 hours inside of here. So day 2 hours, and all that will do is just combine both of those arrays and give us one long one. And then we're going to come down here, we'll say const today's overview, and we want this to be a lowercase t, today's overview items equals an array, and this array will be an array of objects. And I have this already ready for you guys, so we're going to go back to the Cloudy app. I'm going to scroll down, and the Cloudy app will be the gist part. We're going to scroll down and we're going to go to today's overview. Take this array of objects, copy it, and then you just want to simply paste those here. All right, all we need is here. And so with that being said, we're going to go down into this return. I want to format document just to make sure. Let's go down inside of this return. So inside of this return, we're going to add a few things. So the first thing we're going to add is a box. And so on that box, what we're going to do is add a SX prop. So SX equal to double curly brackets. And then we're going to say margin top. And that margin top will be equal to 2 rem. And then we're going to go right below that box. Now what I want to do right here is format the document real quick. I don't like how that looks, so I'm just going to take this and I'm going to do it like that. I like how that looks a lot better. So next, we add typography here. So with that typography, what we're going to do is add another SS here, and this will be margin bottom. So SX and a margin bottom, and margin bottom will be equal to a 1 rem. And then after that, what we're going to do is go outside of it. We're going to add a color, and that color will be equal to primary, and that primary color is coming from the theme that we imported earlier. And so next we're going to add a variant. That variant will be equal to h6, and inside of that typography we're going to add today's overview, like that. All right, so we should have today's overview inside of here. And let's go back. Inside of that should be like that. All right, there we go. So today's overview. All right, the next thing we're gonna do is add a swiper in here. So this is the swiper prop. And so add a swiper in here. And so on that swiper, we're going to add a few things, and this may get repetitive in a second. We're going to add a space between. Space between will be 15. Next thing we'll add is slides per view. So slides per view like that. And then slides per view will be equal to 10. Next thing we'll add is slides offset before, and that will be equal to 20. Next thing I'm going to add is breakpoints. So breakpoints. And so these breakpoints will have 2 curly brackets. So here, this is where it may get repetitive. So we're going to say 1920, and then we're going to add a bracket here, and we'll say slides per view. And a slide per view will be 12. So once we add 1920 with, we'll see 12 slots. All right. And so we're going to take that. We're going to add a comma first, and we're going to copy this, and then we're going to paste the same thing, but we're going to change the numbers around. So now we'll say 1020 slides per view will be 9. I'll come here, we'll paste again. This time it will be 1020. And the slides per view will change from 9 to 7. Another copy and paste. We'll add 600. So 600 slides per view will be 5. Next thing we'll add will be 480. So 480 slides per view will be 6. We're going to go down again. We're going to go to 320. And the slides per view on 320 will be 4. And one more time, we will say 0. And the slides per view will be 3. All right, let's scroll down a little bit. Don't really need that comma here, so I'm just gonna get rid of that. And so in between the swiper, what we need to do is add some curly brackets here. And what that does is just enable us to just use some JavaScript here. So what we're going to do is say 48-hour length, or hours 48 length. Sorry about that. So hours 48 length, question mark dot slice. And we're going to slice it by the current hour. So that will just take the information that we have, so we won't have any repetitive info here. So map, and then that map we will put in hour like that. I'm going to put a arrow, and then here what we're going to do is define some cost date to format hour like that equals hour dot time like that. All right, so inside of here we're going to hit enter, and we're going to have a return. So inside of that return we're going to have a swiper slide. So swiper slide like that. All right, and so from here what we're going to do is add a few things. So it says swiper slide is not defined. So let's go back up to the top, and then this says swiper slider with an ER. So I see what's going on. Erase that R, come back down to swiper slide, and what we're going to do is create our slider component here. And so in here we're going to add a box, and that box will have a key. So that key will be equal to hour dot time like that. And so inside of that box we'll add a paper. So paper, and so that paper will also have some things. So we'll add an SX, 2 curly brackets here. We'll say background image, and that image will be colors dot background image with a width of 5 rem like that. All right, so the next thing we're going to do is add some information inside of this paper. So we're going to add a stack like that, and that stack will have a few things on it as well. So what we're going to do is add a justify content. So justify content, and justify content will be center. We'll also add an align item. So align items like that, and it will be center. So inside of that stack we're going to add a few things. let me take away this comma. Don't need that comma there. All right, so we'll add a few things inside the stack. First thing we'll add is some topography. So topography. And we're going to add a moment in here. So moment. And moment will be a self-closing tag. All right. And so on moment, what we're going to do is format this. So we're going to say format like that. And then we're going to say HH, two lowercase h's, and then a capital A. And we'll say date equals. And we're going to put date to format hour inside of it. All right. Getting closer, guys, getting closer. So the next thing we're going to do is add a image. So here we're going to say img. A lot of times when you do that, if you wait a little bit, you get that. All right. So the img, the source will be our dot condition. Condition dot icon like that. And the alt will simply be weather icon like that. All right. The next thing we're going to do is add some more topography. So we're going to say topography like that. And we will add the color. So color will be equal to secondary. And inside of here, what we're going to do is add a conditional here. So a conditional will be what determines if it's Fahrenheit, it will be a certain thing. If it's not Fahrenheit, it will be something else. So let's add a bracket here and we'll say Fahrenheit. So Fahrenheit question mark. And then we'll add this $, and then we'll say our logic here. So we're going to say our dot temp underscore F like that. And then we'll add a F here. And so we're going to come out of that. We'll say or, and then we'll say $, bracket, our dot temp underscore C, and we'll put a C here. We kind of scroll over a little bit so you can see. So this is what it'll look like. So as you can see, we already kind of got some stuff going on right here. And what we need to do next is get the little degree sign off Google. So let's type degree sign here. And let's get that little symbol that is there. Get that little sign. All right. Something different may have popped up for you, but there we go. Now we got the little degree symbol here. What I want to do is format this document. I'm going to exit. That for now. I'm going to make it a little wider. All right. So we got to add something else here. Next thing I want to add is another topography. And so here we're going to add a color equal to secondary. So secondary like that. And then inside of that topography, we're going to add something. We're going to add our dot chance of rain like that. And then we'll add a % sign here. Just like that. Good, good. Everything's looking decent so far. And let's see, I think we're missing something that is black at the time. See, it says 9 p.m. What we want to do is go back up to that topography. We want to add a few things. We're going to add a variant there, and we're going to add it subtitle 2 like that, just to change that format. And then the next thing we're going to do is add a color, and the color will be secondary. So color equals to secondary. Looking at it, just making sure everything looks good. Oh yeah, that looks a lot better. All right, good deal on that. So space here. Add a space here. All right, I think that's everything that we need inside of this portion here. And so it doesn't swipe, you'll notice, but I believe if we refresh this entire thing, we get a complete swiper here that gives us the hours, percent chance of rain, and the Fahrenheit temperature. Looking good so far. We only have a little bit more to go. Let's space here. And what we're going to do below swiper, we're going to add a grid. So grid like that. All right. And so that grid will have an SX prop. So SX like that. And we're going to add a padding top. And the padding top will be 2. All right. And then we'll add a container. Columns equal to extra small will be 4. Add a comma. Small will be 8. Add a comma. A medium will be 12. Just like that. All right. Next thing we're going to do is add a justify content. And it will be equal to center like that. All right. Inside of that grid, what we're going to do. Oh, one more thing. Almost forgot. We need align items. All right. So align, not content, but align items like that. And it will be centered. So here we're going to add some curly brackets. And we're going to add today's overview item here. So overview items dot map. And so here we're going to add a curly bracket. We'll say item. And then we'll add value here. And so from here, what we're going to do is go one step over, actually 2, and arrow. And so inside of this, we're going to add a few things. All right. So we're going to add a grid like that. Like that. All right. So inside of that, what we're going to add, get all this set up. All right. So inside of that grid, we're going to add a few things. We're going to add an item like that. And we're going to add a key. So in that key, we're going to have item like that. And what I want to do is format the document so it looks better. Good, good. Everything is looking good so far. I'm going to add a paper like that. And so inside of that paper, I add an XX, and we're going to have background color. So background color. The background color will be colors.gray. All right, I'm going to add a padding. That padding will be 2 rem. And we'll add a width will be 50. And we'll add a height, which will also be 50. Going to add an elevation, so go outside of it, add an elevation. And that elevation will be equal to 0. All right. So inside of that paper, we're going to have a stack. So we're going to say stack like that. So inside that stack, we're going to add a typography. And we're going to give it a color. So that color will be secondary dot dark. Going to add a variant. So variant. And that variant will be equal to subtitle 2 like that. So inside there, we're going to add an item like that. And so now you should see some change on the right side where it says high, low, wind, rain, pressure, and humidity. So we're going to go one step down and we'll add another typography. And that typography will have a variant, which will be a subtitle 2. And we will add the value in here. All right. Good deal. All right. So now if we just simply format the document, take away these spaces, you will see everything that is the today's overview. We have a slider here. We have a update with the high, the low, the humidity, and all of that looks pretty good. All right. So before we continue, well, move the mic down some. Oh yeah. So before we continue, what we're going to do is look in the terminal, and I see that we have a duplicate key here. This right here needs to be changed. And so we're going to change it to 1280 like that. And that should get rid of that duplicate key. All right. That looks good. Now we're going to exit out of today's overview. I'm going to go to the dashboard, and right here, the 3-day forecast, we're going to uncomment it. But before we do that, what I want to do is, as you notice, like right here, I want to separate the city information here with a line going straight across. Okay. And so what we're going to do is add that divider here. So divider like that, self-closing. And now we should have a line going straight across to just kind of give us some separation here. All right. So next we're going to uncomment this 3-day forecast, and we're going to take away these double brackets. I see I added double brackets for all of these. My apologies. So take away those double brackets. I'm going to go ahead and take away these double brackets as well, right at the weather chart. And so right now we're going to go to the 3-day forecast component. So 3-day forecast, and you had that blank screen, which we already knew that was going to happen. I'm going to say RAFCE like that. And now everything should return, and you see 3-day forecast is right here, and this is where the 3-day forecast will go. So now we can begin coding the 3-day forecast. Few things that we will need here. So first thing we will need to import is to import use selector from React Redux. The next thing we're going to import is some things from Material UI. So topography, we'll import that first from @MUI/material. Next thing we're going to import is grid. Next thing we'll import is stack, and last but not least, paper. All right, we'll go down the line and import moment. So import moment from React-moment. Okay, now inside of the 3-day forecast, we need to define some things, and the first thing we will define is Fahrenheit. So Fahrenheit like that, and then from there we say equals use selector, and we'll say state arrow state dot weather capital state dot Fahrenheit. All right, from there what we're going to do now is work inside of the return. So before we start in the return, we do need to add a forecast here. So add the forecast prop. And then what we're going to do is delete this div, and we're going to add a grid here. All right. So on that grid, what we're going to do is add a couple of things. XX. So that XX will have a padding top, and that padding top will be 2. Outside of that, we're going to add container. Then we're going to add column. So like this. Working on that responsiveness, and we'll add an SX here of 1. Then we'll add a small of 2 and a medium of 12. All right, next we're going to go below that line, and we're going to start adding a load of JavaScript here. So we're going to say forecast question mark dot map, add 2 brackets, days. Then we'll say I, and then we'll add an arrow and then another bracket here. And then what we're going to do is add a grid here. You kind of have to force this to work because if you don't, it won't show up correctly. There we go. All right. There we go. All right. So now let's format this document here. All right. And so on that grid, what we're going to do is add item. Okay. Space. And then we're going to add small. So XS, and the XS will be 1. Then we'll add small here, and then that'll be equal to 4. And we're going to add MD, which is medium, and then that will be equal to 4 as well. And then we'll also add a key. So that key equal to days I, like that. Okay. Next thing we're going to do is work down and complete this section right here. So inside that grid, we're going to have a paper, capital P, paper. Like that. And then inside of that paper, we're going to have an elevation. So let's add elevation like that. That elevation will be 2. Next, SX. And then the XX will have a padding. That padding will be 1. And then right beside that, we're going to add a height. And the height will be 100%. 100%, like that. So next we're going to add a stack, and then inside of that stack we'll have a justify content. So justify content will be equal to center. So yeah, delete those brackets, add that right there. All right, and we'll also add an align item. So align items, and that align items will be also equal to center. All right, next we're gonna go right inside of that stack on add topography. So topography here. All right, that topography will have a variant, and that variant will be equal to 2. Or to subtitle 2. Sorry about that. Subtitle 2. So inside of that topography, we're going to have moment like that, and that will be self-closing. Sorry about that. And then we will say format, and that format will be dd, and then the date will be equal to days dot day date, like that. All right, now we should see Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. All right, it's looking good so far, but let's continue. So after that moment, or after that topography, we want to add another topography. So a topography here, and then on that we're going to add a variant, and that variant will be equal to caption. So inside of that topography, we're going to add a couple of things. We'll add days dot day dot condition dot text, like that. Now we should get the conditional text. All right, and so we will also add a image below this topography. So we're going to say img enter, and so on that img we're going to add a class name. That class name will be equal to img dash icon dash 2. All right, the source that we're going to get this from will be coming from, need some brackets here, it will be coming from days dot day dot condition dot icon. Now we should get the image icon, and the alt will be weather icons, or with the icon, either one's fine. All right, so after that img, we're going to add another stack, and that stack will have a few things. So we're going to say direction equal to, and we'll say xs, and for that we will say column. So column, like that. And next thing we're going to do is add small, so sm, like that, and then we'll say row. All right, outside of that direction, we're going to add a spacing. So spacing, and that spacing will be equal to 1. Inside of that stack, we're going to add a topography. So topography. All right, and that topography, we're going to add a color. And color will be equal to secondary dot dark, like that. Secondary dot dark. Okay, we're going to add a variant to that. So variant, and that variant will be equal to body 2. Okay, so now we can start working inside of this topography and adding another conditional. Okay, so all right, inside of here, what we're going to do is add high. So high will be like this, and then we're going to add a bracket like this, and what we're going to do is say Fahrenheit. So Fahrenheit, and we'll say question mark, and then we'll add our conditional here. So $. We'll say days dot day dot max temp. So max temp underscore f, and then we're going to add the Fahrenheit f right here, and then we're going to say or, and then we will say $, again, days dot day dot max temp underscore c, and then we'll add the c outside of it. And remember, we got to go get those degree signs back, so I'll do that real quick. All right, we got them back. If I Googled it like we did last time, just in case you forgot. And next thing we're going to do is copy this entire thing because we want to make this a little bit easier on ourselves. All right. And so we're going to copy, paste here, and let me make a little bit of room for us. All right. So copy and paste. And the only thing we need to change is instead of max temp now, we're going to say min temp. And then we'll say min temp here. Like that. And right in the middle of these, what we're going to do is say low. Right here, we'll say low. So this should say low. So now I got the high and we have the low right here. Okay. And so we're inside of this stack. So right below this stack right here, we're going to add a typography like that. And in that typography, we'll add a color. That color will be equal to secondary dot dark. And then we'll also add a variant. So variant, and that variant will be equal to subtitle 2, like that. Okay. So inside of that, we're going to add rain like this. And then we're going to add some brackets and we'll say days dot day dot daily underscore chance underscore of underscore rain. Then we'll add a % here. All right. That looks good to go. I like how that is looking right now. All right, let's erase that space. We're going to go to the dashboard here and we have the weather chart left. So let's uncomment that. And as you already know, it's going to go blank here. And we're going to go to the weather chart. So chart right here. And inside of here, what we're going to do is type RAFCE. Okay, now we have that React import and we need to put a couple of things in here. So the first thing that we're going to do is put in a use state. So here we'll say use state like that. All right. And so now we have that imported. We're going to import a couple of different things here as well. So we're going to import use selector. So use selector like that. The next thing we're going to do is import button. So button, we're going to import typography. Also going to import a stack. And that will come in from at MUI material. Next thing we're going to do is import content container. It should be some curly brackets here. So content container like that. And then we're coming from slash theme slash styled. Next thing we're going to do is import colors. So import colors, curly brackets here, colors like that. And then we're coming from slash helper slash colors. All right. Now we have to import a couple of different things from our chart. So this will be primarily used for the chart.js stuff. So it's a lot of code. So kind of bear with me. All right. And so let's go ahead and import this. So we're going to import bracket here and we'll say chart as chart.js like that, comma. We'll also import category scale. So category scale, comma. We'll import linear scale, comma. We'll import point element, comma. We'll import line element. We'll import tool tip. We'll import legend. We'll import line controller. We'll also import bar controller. We'll also import bar element like that. And that will be coming from chart.js. So chart.js like that. All right. The next thing we're going to do is import chart. So import curly brackets chart. And that'll be coming from React-chart.js-2. All right. Next thing we're going to do is import chart data labels. And that will be coming from chart JS dash plugins dash data labels. And another import, we'll import Zoom plugin like that. And then coming from chart JS dash plugin dash Zoom. All right, like that. And that would just help us scroll and stuff like that. The Zoom property, it's not extremely needed, but I do like to have it. Okay. And so from there, what we're going to do is import a couple more things. Before we do that, we will change this chart right here. And that chart will be called weather chart. So const weather chart, and we will change it to weather chart here at the bottom. Like that. Okay. So now we have to kind of activate all of this. So what you would do is type chart JS dot register, and you have a bracket like this. And so now we have to register all of this. So you can just easily take this code, copy it, paste it here like that. And then there's one more thing that you need, and you will need to say comma, and you will say Zoom plugin like that. And so all that does is activate all of these different things right here, and you put it inside of the register, so it will know to activate it like that. Zoom plugin. Okay, perfect. So now that we have all that in, we see that we have an error, and it is right here. It says chart.js. It should be chart.js, and that should get rid of that error, and it does. Now I want to scroll down here to the bottom, and what I want to do is erase this chart right here. So we're going to erase that chart, and I want to put in content container. So content container like that. All right. And so what I want to do now is add a stack inside of the return, and inside of that stack, we're going to add a typography. So typography, I'll add a typography here, and that variant will be variant 6. So variant will be in H6 like that. And what I'm going to do is say hello like that. Okay. So now that we have that working here, use down here, it still has this chart. Let's refresh that. Okay, there we go. And now you can see that it is moved down here and it says hello. I just wanted to move that chart from right under this component here. So right above the return, we're going to add a couple of things. The first thing we're going to add is a const hourly set hourly like that. And it will be equal, use state, and we'll set it to true like that. Next thing we'll add is const hourly temps. Hourly temps equals an empty array, and we're going to add a few different empty arrays here. So const hourly times equals another empty array, and then we'll add const hourly icons, and it will also be equal to an empty array like that. And so I'm gonna copy this, paste it here, and so what we're going to do is change hourly to days. And so we're going to use these inside of our chart. So we'll say days temps, days times, and days icons. Okay. Next thing we're going to do is go down a little bit more, and we're going to say const Fahrenheit. So const Fahrenheit, and it will be equal to, you already know, use selector state, and what we'll do, state should be in two of these. So state, go outside, and arrow should be there. It was state dot weather, capital state dot Fahrenheit like that. Scroll down a little bit here. Okay, so now that we have Fahrenheit, what we're going to do is go ahead and say const days, or const day one, so day 1 hours like that. So day 1 hours equal to, and let's go right here inside the chart. Almost forgot, we need to add forecast. So forecast inside of the weather chart. So right here it's a const day 1 hours equal, we need that forecast. So forecast question mark dot, and we'll say 0 dot hour like that. we're going to add some more information here. So we got the day 1 hours. Next thing we're going to do is add the day 2 hours. So const day 2 hours equal to forecast question mark dot 0 dot hour. And that should not be hourly, should be hour, like that. So const hours 48 linked like we did earlier equals day 1 hours question mark dot concat the day 2 hours, like that. You remember doing that earlier, doing that same thing here. So we're gonna go down again. So const date equals new date, call it there. Const current hour equals date dot get hours, call it there. Now we could have put all of this inside of Redux and not have to do it again, but I think it's just simpler to do it here just because of the project being so small. So next thing we're going to do is look through that hours 48 link. So we'll say hours 48 link question mark dot slice. So we're going to slice through it by the current hour, and we'll say for each, so dot for each. And in that for each, we're going to say hour, an arrow in the curly bracket. And so right here, we want to define the time. So const time equals new date hour dot time. So we're taking that time out of each hour here. So the next thing I'm going to do is come down and we're going to convert the time, but I'm going to put converted here in a comment. We're going to come back to this and I'll show you that later on. But for now, we're going to push the times inside of these arrays right here. So I'm just going to copy these, paste those here, and I'm going to take the const off of each one of these. So I'll take the const off of each one of these like that. And then I'm going to take the array away like this. So it's fine that your right side of your screen may be going crazy right now, and that's fine. But for now, we'll say dot push, because we're going to push some things into those empty arrays. And so inside of those empty arrays, what we would do is push the time here. We're going to go down one. Inside of here, we're going to push something, and we'll push a conditional. So from here, we'll say Fahrenheit. So Fahrenheit question mark, and we will say hour question mark dot temp underscore F. Or if Fahrenheit is not true, we want the hour question mark dot temp underscore C. So if it's not Fahrenheit right now, we want the Celsius temperature. That is all that is saying. And then we'll say push, and we're going to push hour dot condition dot icon like that. And so now the right side of your screen should be done acting crazy, and it should come back in a couple of seconds. All right. So next thing we're going to do is do the same thing for the days. So let's come down here and we're going to say forecast question mark dot for each. And inside of this, we'll put days and then arrow and curly brackets. So we're going to say const day, now with an S, equals new date. And we'll say days dot date. Next thing we're going to do is come down like this. And we're going to say inside of a comment converted, because we're going to come back and convert these. And so here we're going to push the days like we did above. So right here, I'm just going to copy this like this, and we'll do the same thing. I'm just going to delete the array this time, put push this, and this will all be fixed here in a second. Push. So we need to push some things inside of these. Inside the days temp, what we're going to do is push the same kind of conditional that we have right here. So what we'll say is Fahrenheit. So Fahrenheit question mark, and then we'll say days question mark dot day underscore max temp underscore F like that. Or if that's not true, we want to say days question mark dot day dot max temp underscore C like that. And days times, well, we want to change this to days, and it will say days dates. So I'm gonna go back up to the top where it says days times. We want this to say days dates. Sorry about that error. So it should say days date, and we're going to push the dates inside of this. So we'll say day like that. And this is going to be coming from this converted, but we don't have that yet. And you'll see why in a little while. And so right here, we're going to say days dot date dot condition dot icon like that. Okay. So now that we're done with that, we need to create or say set up our chart. So there's some information that we need. So from here, what we're going to do is say const temp data equals, I'm going to say curly bracket here. And so in this object, we'll say labels, setting up the label. We'll say hourly question mark, hourly temps, so hourly or hourly times, or days dates like that. Next thing we're going to do is set up our data sets. So data sets have an array of objects here. So an array of objects like this. And what we're going to do inside of this is say data. And in this data, we're going to say hourly question mark, hourly temps, or days temps like that. Next thing we're going to do is say background color. So background color, and it will be colors dot blue like that. Okay. Next thing we're going to do is have a comma here, and we're going to say border color, and that border color will say colors dot blue. All right. Next thing we're going to do here is come down. We're going to add a comma here, and then add a comma here as well. And we'll come here, add a comma here. All right. So inside of our chart, we need some options. And so if you go back to the Cloudy.js, if you scroll all the way down somewhere, you should see something that says weather chart. And so these will be the options that we will have. We're just going to copy all of that. And then we'll take that, paste those options here. And so if I look through all of these, all I want to say is that if you look at the portion that says data labels, just note this data labels right here is going to be how these data labels here will be showing up, where it says const temp data. And we will have to plug all of this in inside of our return statement. So the options kind of tell us how everything is going to be displayed and how everything is going to look. And the data right here, the data temp, will be the data that is actually displayed. Okay. So now all we have to do is go inside of this return right here. What we're going to do first is right here where this A6 is, we're going to delete this hello, and we're going to go to stack first. So on stack, we're going to say direction. And in the direction, it will be row like that. And we'll have a spacing, and the spacing will be equal to, we'll have a curly bracket of 2. Next thing we're going to do, go inside of that typography, and we're going to add a conditional here. So we're going to say forecast like that. And we'll say $sign. So $sign, curly brackets, Fahrenheit, and question mark. And right here, what we want to do is add that Fahrenheit sign. So we'll say F, but hold on, quotes, F like that. And so if not Fahrenheit, we'll say C like that. Almost got quotes again. We'll say C like that. All right. And so what we need to do is get that degree sign again. So here we go. You know how to do that already. Just go on Google and search for the degree signs and paste those here. So now that we have that done, what we're going to do is go under that typography, add a button. So we'll say button. And on that button, we want to add an on click. So on click, that on click, we're going to add something inside of there. So we want curly bracket, and then we want that. And so what we will add here will be, the curly bracket. We'll say hourly question mark dot. It was not dot, but hourly, and it will say set hourly, and we'll say false like this. And so the next thing we're going to do is say set hourly to true, like that. All right. And so what that button will do is change the set hourly to go back and forth in between. So if you remember up here where we have hourly question mark, hourly temps, or the day's date, it will go in between both of those. Okay. And so that is what this button is primarily for. So now we have to set the button up. So let's say variant, and the variant will be equal to text. All right. And so inside of that button, we're going to have a bracket, and we'll say hourly question mark. And then it will say either show daily. All right. If we have the hourly, or it will say show hourly, like that. All right. And so as you can see, the button is now appearing here. And so what we're going to do next is go ahead and set up our chart. Let me add a little more space here. And so let's go ahead and set up our chart. And so it is as easy as this one line of code. So we're going to say chart, and this will be a self-closing component. And so inside that chart, we will say type, and the type will be equal to bar. All right. And so from there, we want to say options. Options is going to equal something, and it will equal the options that we set up. So all we have to do here is say options. And so now we have to put our data in here. So it'll be data, and that data will also be equal to something, and we'll say temp data, because we already have all of that stuff set up. And so now all we have to do is wait for everything to load, and you should see the chart right here being displayed. Okay. And so from there, what we're going to do is take this chart, because I have it in the wrong spot, go below that stack and paste it below that stack so it can align correctly. And then we're going to format the document so all of that could look right. And so now you should see where you have the forecast to show daily, and there goes your bar chart, so your bar graph. And so we can scroll on those and see the temps, and you can see the show daily. If I click show daily, you see what happens here. You have this long line of different things right here. Okay. If I click it again, it'll switch back though. And so what we need to do is fix that little error that we have here. All right. And so the way that we're going to do that is we're going to go up, and we're going to change these converteds right here. I was going through this, and I noticed that this right here should be changed. So let's go ahead and take that off, and then we're going to paste that here, and we're going to put time in here. So the time should be in hourly times. Shout out to you if you caught that already. But what we're going to do is type our converted time here. So what we're going to do is write a const. So const converted time. And don't mind that these bars look a little wonky. That's fine. Bear with me. So converted time equals time dot to local string, like that. So local string, and inside of this local string, we'll say en-us, capital US, like that, defining what method we want the time to be in, or what location. And so we have a curly bracket. We'll say hour will be numeric, like that, comma, and then we'll say hour 12, so hour 12, and it will be set to true, like this. Okay. And so now that we have that done, what we're going to do is change this time to converted time. So converted time, like that. And so now that we have changed this time to the converted time, it will make this look a whole lot better. And see how it says 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And as you scroll across, you will see the times. They just look a lot better that way. So now that we have the times converted on this is basically the hourly time. If we click show daily, it still doesn't look correct. And so now we have to change the same thing for the show daily. All right. And so let's scroll down. Now we got to convert this. So let's delete this comment. And now we'll say const converted day, like that, equal to day dot to local date string. Call it there, just like that. And so we're going to take this day and change it to the converted day. So converted day, like that. Okay, so now that should be changed and loaded. Waiting on it to refresh. There we go. It has the date here, but we're still missing this information, and so it must be an error with our data set. And so I can see it now. And what needs to be changed is, as you can see, this has an underscore instead of a dot. And if we simply change that to a dot, it should start working. So if I click show daily, there it is. So we have the daily temp and we have the hourly temp. And so now you can see those. So I want to see the daily. I want to see the hourly. Boom. The chart works. And one more thing I want to change here. You can keep it the same if you want, but down here, the show daily and show hourly, I want to add a space here. So let's add a space on the show hourly and the show daily. Okay. And so there we go. All right. Everything is starting to look pretty good, guys. It's taking a little bit of time. There it is to load on my part, but that's just because I'm recording. And so there we go. I like how this looks. And as you can see, it is very, very responsive. When you hit the button, it shows the different types of information for this chart. All right, very exciting. The dashboard is almost complete. Now we simply have to add our weather display on the right side. So let's go ahead and go to the dashboard here. We are almost done with this dashboard, and it's a couple things I do want to change. I noticed that the time up here isn't updating with moment. I console.log local time, and the time is correct in the console, but for some reason moment isn't working right. So for now, I'm going to just simply take this off. Maybe moment is having some kind of error, but right now that isn't working. So I'm just going to display it like this for right now. And another thing that I want to do, I want to go ahead and fix this loader. So if you notice, if I refresh and it says loading here, I want to go ahead and get this loading component fixed, or get it updated because we aren't using it yet. And let's go ahead and make that loading component now. So going to go ahead and type in loader, and it will be a self-closing component. And then we're going to go to the loader component inside of here. And so as you'll notice, this thing just gets wide, but that's fine. And so we're going to say RAFCE. RAFCE. I'm a little bit too fast for my own PC right now. And there we go. Now we have the loading component. So the loading component will be very simple. All we have to do is import sun. And that will be coming from /img /sun.gif. All right. So now that we have that sun in there, we're going to import a stack. So import stack. And so we're going to say from @mui/material. Now inside of that loader, what we're going to do is return something. So we're going to get rid of this loader, and we're going to add a React fragment, and we're going to add the stack in here. So stack. So alongside that stack, what we're going to do is add an SX, and an SX will have a margin top of 20. And then outside of that, we'll have a direction, and the direction will be equal to row. All right. So now right below that, what we're going to do is add a justify content. So justify content, and that justify content will be equal to center. And we'll add one more thing. We'll add align items. So align items like that, align items. And that align items will also be equal to center. All right. And so now inside of this stack, what we're going to do is add IMG. So IMG. And that IMG, I want to get the entire thing. So IMG like that, hit enter. And let's go ahead and format this document. So format. And inside this IMG, we're going to put that sun. So equal curly brackets, and we'll say sun, just like that. All right. And so the alt will be loading. And we want to add a class name to this. So we'll say class name. The class name will be equal to loader. Okay. And so that is the loading component. Now, if I refresh now, what you should see is the Sun document right there, and see how it's loading. And that looks so much better. Let's go back to the dashboard. All right, everything looks pretty good so far. And now we can work on this right side of the screen, which will be the weather display. So what we want to do is exit all of this out. We're going to go to our app.js. And so inside of the app.js, we do need to add the weather display in order to get started. So the weather display will go right below the middle container. So we're going to add weather display here, and there will be a self-closing component like this. And so now let's go ahead and go to the weather display inside of the components like this. And we're going to add RAFCE. We're going to hit enter, and now our display should return. All right, now the display is returned. Now you see weather display is at the top right. And so let's go ahead and add some code here. We need to add some imports. And so what we're going to do is import use geolocation right here. And that will become from that geolocation hook. We're going to import moment. So moment like that from React moment. We're going to import use selector and use this use dispatch. So use selector, then we're coming from React Redux, comma, use dispatch. All right, the next thing we're going to add is the use get forest weather query. So import use get forest weather query coming from the services weather API. The next thing we're going to add is set Fahrenheit. All right, so set Fahrenheit like that coming from that weather slice. And next thing we're going to add is import, and this is some material stuff. So we'll import box. We'll also import topography, a capital T. We'll also import stack and button coming from at MUI / material. And next thing we're going to do is import the space around paper. So space around paper coming from that theme style that we already imported. The next thing we're going to import is the styled linear progress. So we're going to import styled linear progress coming from the theme styled. Next thing we're going to import is the weather container. So weather, curly brackets, weather container from theme style. And we're also going to import colors. So colors, and that will be coming from the helper / colors. All right. So now we have our weather display here, and now we can start working inside of this. And so if you go to the Cloudy app and you scroll down, you should see something that says weather display. All right, here we go, weather display. What I want to do is copy this code. And so this is the starter code. A lot of this code looks very, very familiar. That's why we're just going to simply take it and copy and paste it. If you notice, it's kind of the same setup that we had to do for the dashboard. So what you want to do, just simply copy and paste that code in here. And that is just gathering that information, so we won't have to spend all day trying to put that information in. Okay, and so let's go ahead and now go to the return. And so what we're going to do, let's go back to Cloudy here, this weather display, we're going to erase that. All right, and so we're going to say weather container like that. And so inside of that weather container, we're going to add a box like that. And so you can already see the screen change colors right here. Nice. So what we're going to do is add a padding of 4. So P equals 4. Next thing we're going to do is add another box. So inside of that box, we're going to add a PB, a padding bottom, and that will be also equal to 4. Like that. We're going to add an SX, and XX will be equal to border bottom, and border bottom will be 1px solid light gray, like that. We add a T to light gray, like that. Next, we'll go inside that box, and we want to add some topography here. So topography, And on that typography, we're going to add a variant, and that variant will be in H5. So variant equal to H5 like that. And so what we're going to do is also add a color, and that color will be equal to secondary. Secondary. And so in here, what we're going to do is say location (name) like that. All right. And so now we should start to see some changes on the right side. London. Yes, sir. So the next thing we're going to do is add another typography. And that typography will have a variant of H6. A variant of subtitle 2. So variant equal to, and it will be subtitle 2, just like that. All right. We'll also add an SX. And so inside of that XX, we'll have a padding bottom like that. And that padding bottom will be 1 rem. All right. And next, outside of that, we'll have a color, and that color will be equal to secondary like that. Inside of that typography, we're going to add a moment. So moment, that moment will be self-closing. All right. And so we'll format it LT, and then the date will be equal to date to format, just like that. All right. And so it's odd that the time right here is actually showing up correctly. All right. And so with that being said, let's go ahead and continue. So the next thing that we're going to do is go right below that, and we're going to add an image. Let me add some space here. So we're going to add an image. So img, and then we're going to hit enter. And so that source will be current dot condition, and then dot icon, and the alt will be weather icon, just like that. Next thing we're going to do is add a stack. All right. And so on that stack, we'll have a direction. That direction will be equal to row. And so we'll have a justified content. On that justified content, it will have a space between. So space between like that. Between. All right. And so the next thing we're going to add is an align items. So align items. And on that align items, we're going to have it as center like that. All right. So inside that stack, we're going to have two typographies. So we're going to say typography. And so on that typography, we're going to have a variant, and that variant will be equal to an H3. Okay. That H3 will have something inside of it, but to add this first, so color will be secondary. All right. And so inside of this, we'll have a conditional. And so this has been my favorite conditional throughout the entire project, which will be Fahrenheit, question mark. And then we will add some things inside of this conditional. So $, we have our brackets like this, and it will say current question mark dot temp underscore F. And so if it's not that, we'll say, I always call it or, even though I know it's not or, but that's just how I like to say it, like in real time. We forgot our quotes. So question mark, and we'll say current question mark dot temp underscore C like that. All right. And so on the end of both of these, we want to have an F right here, and then we want to have a C right here. And so you already know that we need our degree signs. Get your degree symbols and copy and paste those here like that. Keep hitting the wrong thing. There we go. All right. I'm going to go ahead and format this document. That looks a lot better. All right. So the next thing we need to do is add another typography here. Okay. On that typography, we will have a variant, and that variant will be equal to a H6. Okay. And color will be also equal to secondary again. So secondary like that. And so inside of this one, we're going to have current question mark dot condition dot text, like that. TION. There we go. So current question mark dot condition dot text. Okay. So that's under that stack. What we're going to do is add a button. So we're going to add a button here. So on that button, we're going to add it on click like that. And so on that on click, I'm going to add a dispatch. And so this is, to me, was very exciting once I did it. So we're going to add a dispatch. We're going to set it to set Fahrenheit. So set Fahrenheit like that. And then we're going to say Fahrenheit here. And we'll say question mark. If it's false, true, like that. All right. And so on this button, we need to add some things inside of it. So we're going to add a variant. So variant like that. And that variant will be equal to contained. So contained like that. And so in the inside of it, we're going to add curly brackets. So we will say Fahrenheit. So Fahrenheit question mark. And it will say Celsius. So Celsius. That should be SIUS like that. IUS. And then we'll say or Fahrenheit. Need to scroll over just a little bit. Getting kind of long here. All right, so it'll say or Fahrenheit like that. All right. So you can see at the top, it's a button right here that is clickable. And so what happens if we click that button? It changes all of this code at the bottom, and it changes it from Fahrenheit to Celsius. And if you notice inside of today's overview, it is also changing. So we have been working towards this point for a very long time now. So as I always say, congratulations. So now that button is done, what we can do is go inside of that box that's below the button, and we want to add another stack right here. So we're going to add a stack here. And so on this stack, we're going to add an SX. So SX, and that SX will be margin top. So we'll say margin top, and it will be equal to 1 rem. All right. And so inside of that stack, we're going to add some topography. And so we're going to say topography right here, just like that. And that topography will also have an SX. That SX will have a padding bottom, and that padding bottom will be 1 rem. It will also have a variant. So variant like that. And that variant will be an H6. All right. And the color will also be secondary. All right. And so inside of that, it will say chance of rain like that. Perfect. All right. So staying inside of this stack, what we're going to do is add some JavaScript. And so just like we have always done with the hours 48 linked, we are going to go inside of it and get some things out of that hours 48 linked. So hours 48 linked. So hours 48 linked. I always want to say 47, should be 48 linked like that. We'll say question mark dot slice. And so inside that slice, we will say current hour. So current hour. And then we'll say current hour plus 4. All right. And then we'll say map. So we'll map through the hour, I, arrow, and curly braces, just like that. So what we're going to do is add a const here, date to format. So format. And so that date to format hour, like that, date to format hour equals hour dot time. Okay. And so inside of this, what we're going to do is start on our return. Shouldn't be local time. Should just be time. For some reason, I hit enter and it did that for me. So we're going to say return. All right. And inside of that return, we're going to have a box. So a box like that. On that box, we're going to have a key, and that key will be equals to our I, like that. And so we'll have an XX on that. So SX equal to curly brackets. And inside of SS, we're going to have a display, and that display will be flex like that. We'll also have a justify content that justify content will be space between, so space dash between. And then we'll also have a gap, and that gap will be 1 rem. Okay, so now let me scroll down a little bit, add a little more room here for you guys to see. And so the next thing we're going to add is a typography. So on that typography, we're going to add a variant. So variant, that variant will be equal to subtitle 2. So subtitle 2, just like that. And then we'll have a color of secondary. All right. And so what I'm gonna do here, I'm gonna take the same line, not yet, that should say secondary. On that same line, I'm going to copy and paste this because we're going to have another line with the same thing. So copy and paste. The insides of the typography will just be a little bit different. So inside of this one, we're going to add a conditional. So let's add some space, add some curly brackets here, and we're going to say Fahrenheit. So Fahrenheit, like that, question mark. Let's add some backticks here, and we will say $. And what inside of here, inside of the $ curly brackets, add math.round. And so math.round brackets, and we'll say our question mark dot temp underscore F, like that. And outside of the curly brackets, what we're going to do is add an F here. We'll come back and add our degree symbols in a second, but we're going to add a colon. And then what we're going to do is add some more backticks, $. We'll say math.round, like that. Add some braces here, and we'll say our question mark dot temp underscore C. And then outside of that, we'll add a C. Go ahead and add your degree symbols on the end of those. All right, now we have our degree symbols. What we're gonna do is go ahead and go inside of this other typography. And so we're gonna add a moment in here. So moment's gonna have a self-closing. And inside of moment, we're gonna say format, and we're gonna say equals HH capital A, like that. And so what we're gonna say is date equal to, and it will be equal to date to format hour, just like that. All right. And so after that, what we're going to do is go below this typography, and we're going to add a styled linear progress, and a styled linear progress will be self-closing. And so inside of that, we're going to add a variant. So that variant will be equal to the term it, like that. All right, and that'll stop it from doing that weird loading effect that it's doing right now. All right, and so after that, we're going to say value, and that value will be equal to our dot chance underscore of underscore rank, just like that. All right, and so now the values of those should change in a second. And so under that style linear progress, we're going to add another typography. So we're going to add a typography here. And so on that typography, let's go ahead and close that off. We're going to add an SX, and that SX will have a min width. That min width will be equal to 2 rem, and then we're going to have a text align. That text align will be equal to a left. That's funny. All right, and so the next thing we're going to do is add a variant. Like that, and that variant will be equal to caption. Add a color. That color will be equal to secondary, like that. And so inside that typography, we're going to add our dot chance dot of, well, not dot, underscore of underscore chance of underscore rank, like that. And we're going to add a percent sign right after that. So now what we can do is scroll back over. Let me take a quick look. All right, and so we can go outside of this return and go back to where the stack is right here. Okay, and so at the end of that stack, we're going to add some more things. So we're going to add a typography here. So typography. Inside that typography, what we're going to do is add another SX. The SX will have a padding bottom, and on that padding bottom, it will be 1 rem. All right, we're going to go outside of that. We're going to add a variant, and that variant will be equal to an H5. So H5. Next thing we have is color again, and that color will be secondary. On that same line right there, we're going to add some text, and it will say sunrise and sunset. All right, and so what we're going to do under that typography is add a stack. So on that stack, what we're going to do inside of it, or on side of it right here, we're going to add a spacing, and that spacing will be equal to 2. Okay, next thing we're going to do is add space around paper. Okay, on that space around paper, we're going to add an SX. That SX will be equal to background image. Background image. And on that background image, it will be equal to colors dot background image. Just like that. Okay, next thing that we're going to do. So here we're going to add an IMG. And for this image, we're going to add 2 images that we have not added yet. I would have just hard coded this, but maybe one day they changed the link. So I went ahead and downloaded these. And so let's go ahead and add these 2 images. So I'm going to go to image, and inside of here, we want to add some folders. So, or some files. And so display images, day and night. Now this day file or this day image is the same as the logo, but I just added it again anyway. So we're going to add both of these, day and night PNG, add those inside of the image. So day and night. And here we're going to say source. We're going to go ahead and say day like that. And so it's not added yet. But we're going to, let's say day IMG like that, day IMG. Now we got to import these. So I'm going to import the day and night. So import, and we will say import day IMG, and then we're coming from slash IMG slash day dot PNG like that. All right, and so we're going to take that same thing. All we have to do is copy and paste it here. And so it will say, instead of day, we're going to say night like that. And we'll change this day IMG to night IMG. Minimize that. And now what we're going to do is scroll down. And so right here in this IMG, you see that it's already added. And the alt, all we'll say is day IMG like that. So after that, we're going to add a typography. So we're going to add typography, and on that typography we're going to add a variant, and that variant will be equal to subtitle. My U is acting crazy today, so subtitle 2. And we're going to add another thing, color, and that color will be equal to secondary like that. And so what we're going to do is take this and copy it, paste it right below, and we're going to add something else. So in that, we're going to add sunrise. So not the brackets, we're going to add sunrise. And so here we're going to add the brackets. And so on this, we're going to add astro question mark dot sunrise like that. All right. And so what we're going to do after that is this space around paper. We want it again, but we're going to simply copy it here. And we're going to paste it. And now we should get the same thing like right below it. And it should just be a duplicate of what we already have. All right. And so now I just had to change the images and sunrise to sunset. So we'll change this to night image. We're going to change the sunrise to sunset. And then we'll change the astro to sunset as well. So sunset. All right. And so now that all that should be changed. So sunrise and sunset. All right. And so now that that is changed, what we're going to do is go to the bottom of this whole thing and make sure everything is correct. And it looks like it is. All right. And so with that being said, we have finished the weather display. If you look around, the main functionality of this is being able to click between Fahrenheit and Celsius. We have the sunrise and sunset here. And so now that that is done, we can go ahead and start turning our attentions to this map component right here. All right, so what we're going to do is return to our app.js. And so right here at the app.js, what we're going to do, we're going to take this route right here. We're going to Control C and we're going to paste it here. And let's format the document. This right here is now going to be map. And this element is going to change. This element will be the map element. So map like that. All right, so now we have the map element in here. And so from there, what we're going to do is go to our pages. And inside of the page, we're going to go to map.js. And there, we're going to type RAFCE. I'm a little bit too fast for my own PC. So RAFCE like that. And then, you know, we had to change this map to a capitalized M. So we're going to change that M, capitalize MAP like that. So capitalize map. All right. So now that we have map in here, we are going to go ahead and copy and paste. Cut it, check it. Okay, so now that we are inside of our maps, what we're going to do next is do our import. So let's go ahead and get the imports in here. So we're going to import Mapbox. So Mapbox from, and that is not the right Mapbox. It'll be Mapbox from / components / Mapbox like that. The next thing we're going to import is, let's go to React, like right above this. We need a use effect. So we're going to import use effect here, curly brackets. So use effect like that. The next thing we're going to import is news. So import news like that, and that'll be coming from / components / news. Next import we're going to have is import, and it will be box. So box and stack. Next import we will have, see, wait, that will come from material UI / material. Next will be use. So import use geolocation. Next import will be set location. So import set location. They'll be coming from the services weather slice. Next import we'll have is use selector. So use selector, and we'll also put in use dispatch. So use dispatch. The next import we will have is the use get forest weather query. So use get forest weather query, and then we also need the search query. So use get search weather query. The next one we need is to import the loader. So import loader, and now we're coming from / components / loader, not left nav, but loader. All right. So next, what we're going to do is copy and paste what we need here, because it's the same thing that we did on the dashboard page. So what we're going to do is go to the Cloudy app, going to scroll all the way down, and you should see something that says like map page, or did I pass it? I think I went right past it. Map page. So right here. So just take this, copy all of that. So copy and paste, same thing we did in the on the dashboard page. Let's format the document. All right, so from here, what we gotta say is if is fetching or not is loading location, then what we want to do, we want to return, and we're going to return that loader, that, and error. Okay, I see what happened. This should not have a curly bracket on it. It should just be loader, and I don't think we need use search weather query. We need another query, but we'll talk about that in a little bit. So from here, we're going to go to the return, and we're going to add a box. In that box, we're going to have a stack, and on that stack, we're going to have spacing. So spacing, and spacing will be equal to 2. And then we're going to insert Mapbox. So Mapbox, which will be a self-closing component. And that Mapbox will have location equal to location. And it will also have current which is also equal to itself, so equal to current, like that. Next thing we're going to do is have news. So news, which would be a self-closing component. Sometimes that works, sometimes it doesn't. So news equal to, and then news. But we don't have news yet. We'll work on that once we get to it, but we're going to just comment that out, and then we're going to go to Mapbox, and we're going to type RAFCE. Too fast for my PC. RAFCE, enter. And then what we're going to do next is go to map, and everything is blank, and there it goes. All right, so let's make sure everything works. Let's refresh, get in the loader, and there we go. So now that we have everything set up in order to put our map here, let's get started with that. All right, so what we're going to do is go to mapbox.com. So mapbox.com. Once you go to mapbox.com, it's going to ask you to log in or create an account. So create an account. And once you have an account, it should look like this on mapbox.com. All you have to do is go to account. And once you go to account, you will see an access token, and you want to create an access token. And once you go to create an access token, give it a name, and then just go to create token. We already have our token created. And so once you have your token created, you will see something that looks like this. And so you'll see token. You want to use that token, and we're not going to use it just yet. We're going to go back to Cloudy and start with our imports. But remember that you have that Mapbox here, and we're going to use it a little bit later. So let's go ahead and start with this. We're going to import Mapbox GL from Mapbox-GL. And what we want to do is type in // and you want to type ESLINT dash disable dash line, and then you want to type import /no dash webpack dash loader dash syntax, like that. Next, you want to import map. So import map, comma, curly bracket, and then we're going to say marker pop up geo locate control. Next, we'll import the navigation control. Next, we will import use control, and that will be coming from React dash map dash GL. Next import will be Mapbox geo coder, like that, from Mapbox/Mapbox-GL-G coder. Next import we're going to have will be to import, and this will be use selector from React Redux, and also you cannot forget the use dispatch. Next import will be typography stack and button. So typography stack and button will be coming from at MUI/material. Next, we're going to import use. My U is still not working. I'm gonna need a new keyboard. So use location, as well as use or set saves and set item saved, like that. Then we're coming from /services /weather slice, like that. And next, we're going to import the CSS for the Mapbox, and it will be import Mapbox -GL /DST /Mapbox-GL .css. Need one more import here, so import be at Mapbox/Mapbox-GL-geocoder /DST /Mapbox-GL or Mapbox-GL-geocoder .css. So from here, what we're going to do is say const token equals Mapbox GL dot asx token equals an empty string. Now we're going to go back to our account and copy and paste your code here. So let's go back Cloudy. Now let's copy and paste our asx token here. So copy and paste it here. And now we have access to our Mapbox. All right. And so from there, we're going to go ahead and put our props in. So we're going to say location and current here. And now we have a couple of things that we do need to define above this return. So the first thing that we're going to do is define lat and link. So const lat equals location dot or question mark dot lat. Next thing we're going to do is say const lng equals location question mark dot lon, like that, or lon like that. Okay. Next thing we're going to do is say const, and then we're going to have a use state here. So we're going to say view state, and then we're going to say set view state, and it's going to be equal to use state. And then we're going to have a curly bracket inside of that use state. We're going to say longitude. So longitude, and then the longitude will be equal to lng, comma, latitude, and the latitude will be equal to lat, comma, and then we'll have zoom be equal to 9. Now these are the properties that your map will already be at or already set to once everything is started. And we forgot to set up use state here above React. So we'll say curly brackets at the top, use state. Let's come back down. Let's format this document here. So format document, and now everything is set up. All right, so up below that, I'm going to set up a couple more things. All right, so next we're going to say const, and this is another use state. So show pop up, comma, and then set show pop up, and that will be equal to use state. So use state, and then we'll set it to false. We'll set it to false. And so next thing I'm going to do is const Fahrenheit. My favorite thing to define is definitely Fahrenheit in this video, equals use selector. Y'all know how it goes. State arrow state dot weather state, dot Fahrenheit. Next one, const dispatch equals use dispatch. Call it there. Next thing we're going to do is say const geo locate control. That should be capital geo locate control ref, like that. Geolocate control ref equals react dot use callback, and then we'll say ref, like that. We need an arrow outside of ref, curly brackets here. So if ref of the curly brackets, what you want to do is say ref dot trigger, and you want to call it there. All right, and then so right here at the bottom, you just want empty array right here. Okay, so now we're gonna go down a little bit. So the next thing we're gonna do is say const geocoder equals, and we want an arrow function here. So I'm gonna scroll down just a little bit more. We want to do some things in here as well. We're gonna define a few things. So in here we'll say const geomap equals new Mapbox geocoder. So new Mapbox geocoder. Okay, and we're gonna have a bracket and then a curly bracket here, and then we want to say access token. So our access token is our token, comma, we'll say marker, and the marker will be false here, comma, collapsed, like that, collapse, and that would be set to true. All right, and so right below this, what we're going to do is say use control. Use control will also be an arrow, and it will say geomap. And then right below that, what we're going to do is say geomap dot on, and then inside of here we're going to say results. So we're going to say results, like that, comma, e, and then we want some curly brackets here, and then we'll say dispatch set location e.results or e.result.text. And that's just going to take the results of our text in our search box and dispatch it to the location. Okay. And another thing we got to do right here, say new map box. We need a space right there. And we need to go back up here where it says use location. We need set location. And we also need to change this B to a capital B. All right, we're good to go. What we're going to do from here is add the ability to save to local storage, but we're going to go into the Cloudy app gist and we're going to simply copy and paste that because we did that in the search. And I don't want to just go over and over that same thing. You can look at that code for yourself. And wait a minute, that is not it. We're going to go to map save. So right here, it's basically the same code though, guys. So don't worry. For the most part, it's just the ability to add those saves in. And now we can go back to the Cloudy app and you can look through that code if you want to, but it's pretty much straightforward. And we also need to add use effect up here. So use effect here at the top. All right. So now that we have done that, we can start working inside of this return in order to get our map displaying up here. So let's go ahead and do that. First thing we're going to do, we're going to add a fragment here, guys. So we're going to add a fragment like that. Now, right in that fragment, we're going to say map like this. And in map, we're going to have a bracket, ... view state. Now, view state is up at the top, and it's just going to give us our settings that we had. Sorry about that. It shouldn't be in the middle. It should be on that same line as map. So I'm going to copy and paste map in here. And so that's going to give us our settings that we had from the very beginning where view state is. All right, so we have those settings in. The next thing we're going to do is say style. Style will be equal to, let's get two curly brackets in here, width. And we want the width to be 50. Next thing we do is set the height. And the height will be set to 50 view height. All right, outside of that, we're going to say on move. And the on move will be set to EVT, a arrow, and then we're going to say set view state. So set view state like that, and it will say EVT dot view state. All right. Next thing we're going to do is set map style equal to, and it will be set to Mapbox :// 2// styles / Mapbox / street -v9. All right. Next thing we're going to do is say Mapbox access token. So Mapbox access token equals to curly brackets right here, and you want to say token. All right. All right. Everything's looking good so far. The next thing we're going to do outside of map, we're going to say marker. So marker, and that marker would be like this. And then inside of that same line, we're going to say longitude. Wait a minute. I want to do it like this. So longitude right here. And it's going to be set to LNG. Going to come down one. We're going to set the latitude. So the latitude will be equal to, you guessed it, LAT. Like that. Next thing we're going to do is say anchor. So anchor. And the anchor will be equal to bottom. Like that. All right. So the next thing we're going to do is add a stack here. So we're going to add a stack. And that stack will have a few things in it. On that same line of stack, we're going to say justify content. So justify content. And that justify content will be equal to center. Next thing we're going to do is add an align item. So align items will be equal to center. The next thing we're going to add is a on click. So on click, then on click, we have an arrow here, and it will be set show pop up, and set the show pop up to true. All right. Next thing we're going to do inside of that stack, we want to add an IMG. So that IMG will be equal to current question mark, and then current. Look at that U. Current question mark dot condition dot icon, or it will be empty. Also, we add a class name here. So class name will be equal to Mapbox dash img. Okay. The alt right here will just be set to weather dash logo. Okay. Let's say equal logo dash logo. All right. So below this img, we're going to add a typography here. So typography. And that typography will have a color of primary. So color equal to primary, like that. And we'll also have a variant of H6. So H6 will be the variant. And inside this typography, we're going to add Fahrenheit. And at Fahrenheit, we will say question mark. And we will have some backticks here. $, curly brackets. So current question mark dot temp underscore F. And outside of that, we'll have an F. We'll come back and add our degree symbols in a second. And then we're going to have another backtick, $. And then we're going to have current. Hit that U. Current question mark dot temp underscore C. And we're going to put C here. And let's go get the degree symbols. All right, we got the degree symbols. Next thing we're going to do is go below that stack. And we're going to just kind of format this thing. So let's format the document here. All right, everything is formatted. And so where marker is, below marker, what we're going to do is add geo, capital G, coder, and a self-closing component. Next thing we're going to do is add geo, locate control, and it will be a self-closing component. And then we'll set that to position. And that position will be bottom dash right, like that. Next thing we're going to do is add the navigation controller. And so I'm going to say navigation control. So navigation control, and we'll set the position. And position will equal bottom dash right. One thing we forgot to add here is ref, and then ref will be equal to geo locate control ref, like that. All right. What I want to do right here, I want to refresh that browser, and we got to add the self-closing tag here. Next thing we're going to do is add some curly brackets and do some JavaScript. We'll say show pop-up, and we'll add bracket here. And so from here, what we're going to do is say pop-up, that, pop-up. Okay, add a little space here. And so what we're going to do is say longitude, and then longitude will be equal to LNG. And then latitude, so latitude, and then latitude will be equal to LAT. All right, let's go ahead and format this document here, make it look a little bit better, and take away some of the spaces. So inside of pop-up, we're going to have an anchor. So we'll have anchor, like that, and cut it, check it. So inside of here, we're going to have anchor. So let's go here, and we're going to have anchor. So anchor equals top. The next thing we're going to have is a close on click. So close on click will be equal to false. Next thing we'll have is an on close. So on close. And inside that on close, what we're going to do is set show pop up. And the set show pop up will be set to false. All right. And so we'll go inside the pop-up, and it will say you are here. And that's just the message that you will see once you click on the pop-up. Okay. And so right below that map right here. All right. So we're going to add a button, and on this button, we're going to have some logic here. So what we want to do is hit enter here, and we're going to add the logic right here. So we're going to say on click, and in this on click, an arrow, and we're going to say curly brace add saves, And then in the add saves, it'll be location. After that, we'll add a semicolon dispatch. And inside of dispatch, we'll have set item saved like that. And inside that, we'll have exclamation point not saved to local like that. All right. And so after that, all we have to do next is go right below that. Now we'll add an XX prop. And so this XX prop will be a little bit different. You're only going to add one bracket for now. And so you're going to add that one bracket and you're going to say saved to local question mark. And we're going to add another bracket or double bracket and we'll say margin. And margin will equal to 0. And then you want to say important. I'm trying to overwrite that margin. And so outside of that margin, you want to say the or the colon. And so then you're going to have more double braces here. And we're going to say margin. And it will be 0 and important right here. All right. And so I'm checking, making sure that is correct. Yes. And so we're going to go back to the other one. And what I want to do is add a comma and add background color. And the background color here will be equal to green. All right. And so on the other one, I want to add a comma and the background color will be equal to an empty string. All right. And so after all of that, right below the SX, we're going to add a variant. And that variant will be equal to contained. Okay. And so actually we have to have the bracket. Contained should be inside of a string like this. All right. And so after all of that, what we're going to do is go inside of that button now. And we're going to say save to local question mark. It will say location saved like that. Put the colon here. And if not, we'll say save location like that. Okay. Wait for that to load. All right. So now you should have a button right here that says save location. So last but definitely not least, you should see a map right here. And the reason why you do not see a map right here is because of this map style. This map style should have an S right here. And this is just the map CSS that is going to make this work. And they have a lot of different map styles on Mapbox, and you can Google those and make this change in colors and a lot of different things like that. But now we have the maps loaded up. We can zoom all the way out and get a good look of the city of London. And you know, we can kind of just scroll around, take a look at everything else. So now that map is working, we can continue with the final pieces of this already very long video. Also, we want to test the search functionality. So there was an error. Let me look back through and I can see the error right here. And it just goes to show you guys that when you want to make sure that you have everything down to a T when you're coding. And so right here where it says geomap.on, make sure that you change that to result, not results with an S. Okay. And so now if when they refresh the map, refresh for us. So if we go through here, let's type in Los Angeles. And there we go. Type in Los Angeles. It will load and it will give us the weather for Los Angeles. All right. 63 degrees Fahrenheit in Los Angeles right now. All right. And so all of that is looking good. And another thing I want to test is if we save that location, you see how this bar changes to save location or location saved. And let's just say we refresh. If we refresh, it should take us back to London. But if we was to go ahead and go to Los Angeles once again, it says the location is saved and it's green. And we're going to unclick it, refresh. So what we're going to do is go ahead and go back to map.js and we're going to uncomment news, but we're going to delete this news right here. So delete this news prop right here. Okay. So now we're going to go to news and we're going to type RAFCE. I'm too fast for my PC. RAFCE. All right. And so on RAFCE, we're going to import a couple of things. So we're going to import box. also going to import topography, going to import card content. We're also going to import divider, going to import card actions, going to import button, also import link, stack, and that will be from at MUI material. Next thing we're going to do is import moment. So import moment from React-moment. The next thing we're going to do is import swiper. So import swiper slide, and that'll be coming from swiper/React. And we'll also import, so import swiper/CSS, like that. Now that our news is set up, what we want to do is create our news API. So we're going to go to this news API here. So now we need to go to Rapid API, and we're going to type in Bing, go with that Bing news search, and we're waiting for it to load. The next thing after it loads is go on the left side, and we will say news search, click news search. And what you want to do is go to the JavaScript, go to fetch, copy that code, and you simply want to paste it here. All right, so let's go down a little bit. The next thing we're going to do is say const URL equals, and we want to get the URL. So this URL right here, you want to go all the way till you get to the news and the slash here. So like that, make sure you have that slash, that's important. And the next thing we're going to do is create our async fetch method. So we're going to say export const fetch news API. So fetch news API equals an async function, and inside the async function we want the location arrow like this and a bracket. And so here we're going to say const res equals await, and we're going to await fetch. And so this fetch, we're going to have backticks here, and we're going to put URL. So URL, because we already got it defined at the top, URL. And then we're going to take this rest of this URL right here, paste it in, and we're going to change where it says three required, C required. We're going to delete that. So delete that till you get to the equal sign. And then what you're going to do next is $, double bracket, and you're going to say location. The next thing you're going to do is delete that 3 in that E, and you're going to say weather, and that's just going to help us get the location and weather all in the same sentence. At the end of this, you want to have a comma, and you're going to say options, and then you want to hit enter. The next thing you want to do is say const data equals await, and you want to await the response, so res.json. You want to await that. All right, and the next thing you want to do is return that data. All right, and then we can delete this. We don't need that anymore. I am going to change this right here to a lowercase f, add a 20 here after %. All right, now let's go back to map.js. Okay, the next thing we want to do is import a couple of things. So we want to import use state, and then we want to import that API that we just created. So fetch news base, fetch news API. The next thing I want to do is create the use state right here. So we're going to say const, and let's call it news set news, and it'll be equal to use state like that, an empty array. And next thing we're going to do is go below this first use effect, add another use effect. So this use effect will basically help call our API, and let's give it an dependency empty array. Next thing we're going to do is add a const, and we'll say const news data equals an async function like this. Inside that async function, we'll have location like that. Here we'll add a const get news equals and await fetch, and then news API, call it here, add location. And so this will be the same as this async location. And then the next thing you want to do is set news. You want to set news to get news. All right. And right below this, you want to call it so news data. And inside of news data, you want to set wherever you want that news to get it, like wherever you want it to get the news from. So we're going to say location question mark dot region, like that. All right, so we're going to get the news from the location region. Now let's backspace that, and now we can add the news prop back. So news equals news, and now we can go ahead and go back to our cloudy app like this, and now we're ready to work inside of the news component. So inside of the news component, we're going to go right before this return, and we're going to add a couple of things. First thing we're going to do is add a function that allows us to cut off some of the text from the news. So const, and we're going to call this short text equals 2 curly braces or 2 normal braces. And then we'll say length, text and length, arrow, like that. And then we'll say if text dot length less than equal to length. We want to do something. We want to return the text. So if it's already short, we're just going to return that text. But if it's not, we're just going to say return text dot sub str, and that's going to cut off some of that text for us. And we'll say 0 length. All right. And so we want to add something to the end of that text. Once it's cut off, we want to add ... to indicate that more text is coming. Okay, so what we had to do next is right here is news. We're going to take this away and we're going to add a box. So let's add a box here, and then on that box what we're going to do is add a padding of 4. So p equals 4. All right, now that we have that, we're going to add typography. So typography, and on that typography, you gotta make sure that T is capitalized. So typography. On that typography, we're gonna add an SX. And that SX will be your margin bottom. And margin bottom will be 1. All right. Another thing we're gonna add is a variant. That variant will be equal to NH5. All right. Inside of that typography, we'll add news. Right below typography, what we're gonna do is add a swiper. So say swiper. And we already did a swiper before, so this should be familiar to you. The next thing we're going to do on swiper is add a few things. We're going to add space between, and that space between will be equal to 15. The next thing we'll add is slides per view, and that slides per view will be equal to 10. Next thing we're going to do is add a slides offset before. That slide offset before will be equal to 20. Next thing we need to do is add our breakpoints. So that breakpoints will be 19, 20, like that. 19, 20. And curly brackets here. Slides per view. And the slides per view will be 4. All right. We're going to add a comma here. And then we're just simply going to copy and paste this. So copy and paste it each time. Copy and paste. The next one will be 1450. Slides per view will be equal to 3. Next on the list will be 10, 20. Slides per view will be equal to 2. Next on the list will be 600. And so on 600, the slides per view will be equal to 1. Next on the list will be 480. So on 480, the slides per view will be equal to 2. Next on the list and last will be 0. And so on 0, we will have 1. Okay. All right. Next, we need to add some JavaScript here. So 2 curly brackets, and we need to go through that news. And I did not add it here. So add news here at the top, add that news prop. All right. And so here, what we're going to say is news question mark dot value question mark dot map. Inside that map, we want news and we want I, like that. And then we're going to add a arrow, and then a curly bracket. We'll say const date to format like that. So format, and then we'll say equals news question mark dot date published. So published like that. All right. Now we'll hit enter. We'll go down and we'll have a return. And so this return will have a swiper slide. And so on that swiper slide, inside of that, what we're going to do is add a card. So we'll add a card here. So card. And then on that card, we're going to add a few things. We're going to add a variant, and that variant will be equal to outlined. All right. And that U is still not working like I want it. There we go. Outline. Now I'm going to add SX. And on that XS, we'll add max width. That max width will be 30. And then we'll add a comma and we'll add a min height. So that min height will also be 30. I said 30, but it'll be 300. Sorry about that. So 300. Okay. And so that card, you should start to see some things just appear here. All right, there we go. All right, it won't slide until you refresh, by the way. Anyway, let's add cart content. So cart content like that. And inside of that cart content, we want to add a stack. That on that stack, we're going to add a spacing, and that spacing will be equal to 1. Okay, and next thing we're going to do is add some typography here. So typography like that. And on that typography, it's going to have a variant, and that variant will be equal to a subtitle 2. So subtitle 2. And we're going to add some short text in here. So short text, that's the function we added earlier. We're going to add news question mark dot name comma 50 like that. All right, so that should have the short text inside of it. And this should be reloading here in a second. We're going to go ahead and add our typography. Another one. So typography. And on that typography, we're going to have a variant. And the variant this time will be equal to caption like that. Okay. And we can take that same thing, and what we're going to do is copy and paste it here like that. All right, and so what we're going to do next is add inside of this second typography, we're going to add news question mark dot provider. So provider like that, question mark dot, want some brackets here, and we'll say 0, and then we're going to say question mark dot name like that. Okay, next thing we're going to do is go down 1, and then we're going to add a moment in here. So moment will be self-closing, and so what we're going to do is add format. That format will be equal to LL, capital LL, and then we're going to say date to format, and sorry, it'd be date equals date to format. So date to format. All right, so the date to format should be in there as well. And so outside of the card content, what we're going to do is hit enter inside of that card still though, and we will say card actions. So card actions like that. Inside card actions, we want a link like that, and that link will have an href. So right inside of that, we'll say href like that. Href will equal to news question mark dot URL. And then we want to have a target. So target, okay, will be equal to underscore blank like that. The next thing we're going to do is have an underline. So underline, and that underline will be equal to none. All right. Side that link, we want a button. What I'm going to do is I'm going to hit enter here, and we're going to add the button right here. So button like that. On that button, what we want to do is add a size. So size, and size will be equal to small. And inside that button, we're going to have learn more wrote inside of that button. Okay. All right. So from here, what we're going to do is format the document like this. All right. And so with that, I think we are finished with the slide. We have the learn more buttons. If you click these links, it should take you to learn more about whatever that article is. All right, good deal. Okay, cool. Now that we have that going on, let me refresh the page here. Everything's loading up, and now these cards should be able to move around. Now I will say this is a rough implementation of news weather or getting weather news, because as you see, Mayweather has nothing to do with the weather, but then the one right here said 100 post tests for the climate action. So just be aware that sometimes you'll get things that are unrelated to the news, but that's all right. It is working as intended. So the next thing we need to make sure that we do is go ahead and go back up to the top in between topography. Here, what we're going to do in between this third topography, I want to add a little bit more information here. So we're going to add a divider like that. Divider will be self-closing, and we'll put light inside this divider. And I want to add a little bit more information here. So we're going to say topography like that. And inside that topography, we'll have a variant, and the variant will be equal to body. All right. And this is where that short text will come in handy as well. So short text. And so on short text, we want to add news question mark dot description. And it will be a comma here. And we want the 100 characters of the description. Okay. So now go ahead, just format that document. Okay. So everything looks pretty good. So now you get a little bit more info here. And so now we have even more cards, and look at that, it's loading pretty well here. And look, it says Chiefs and Jaguars. See what I told you? It will give you a lot of information here sometimes. Okay. And so now these cards look pretty good, and we are done with the news component. I'm just going to space that just to make it look a little bit better. But the news component is done. We have the dashboard done, the map done. So now all we really have to do is work with the saves, and this app will be complete. All right, so what we're going to do is go back to our app.js, and now we want to copy and paste this. So copy that, paste it here, and we're going to add saves. So instead of maps, we'll add saves, and right here we'll add saves right here. Okay, the next thing we need to do is add the footer after saves, but let's go ahead and work on this saves. So saved items is where we're going to go, and so we want to add RAFCE here. Wait a minute, on the PC. All right, hit enter. And so inside of saved items, we need to import a couple of different things on set. So right aside React, we need to add use memo right here. Okay, next thing we're going to do is import button. So import button. Look at that U button there. From @MUI/material, need to import paper here. We also need topography. We also need to capitalize that topography. All right. And then we need to go to stack like that. Next import that we need to have is import. Let's say use dispatch like that. All right. And the next thing we need is use selector like that. And that will be coming from React-Redux. Okay, the next thing we need is set location. So set location and set saves. That will be coming from // services / weather slice. Next thing we need is to import use effect coming from React, which actually don't do that. Let's just put it at the top. Use effect right here. Formatted document. Make sure that it's nice and clean. All right. So what we're gonna do is go into our gist one more time. I have it already ready to set up for it, and you're simply just gonna go to the Cloudy app and gonna scroll down, and you should see something that says saves. So take this saves like this, copy it, and what you want to do is just simply paste it in. So just paste that in right here. All right. And so it's kind of the same way that we did the other saves. The only difference in this one is we did use save memo or use memo right here. And we just did that in order to save the saves. And then we just used memo. All right. And so what we're going to do from here is, and save memo is kind of like use effect in a way. Okay. And so we just use it instead. I just want to say that so you guys can kind of get the understanding there, but I don't want to just type all this code over. Let's go to saves here. And you see that it's blank. We have to go to the saves pages as well. And so on the save page, what we're going to type is RAFCE on here as well. All right. So now these save pages should start to load here. Let's refresh. And the save page should load. Perfect. And you see it say saves here. This says undefined, but that's all right. So now we have these save pages here. And what we're going to do is add a couple of things to the saved pages. Is import box. Also going to import stack. And that'll be coming from at MUI/material. Next thing we're going to do is import saved items. So saved. If I can save items from components that saved items. So inside of this return, it's going to be very simple here. So we're going to add a box. Okay, in that box, we have a padding of 4. So P equals 4. And we're going to add a stack here like that. And then we're going to basically just add saved items, self-closing like that. And that is all that we need, but we do have to capitalize that saves here. So capitalize saves. All right, format the document. And that's why I didn't go to this one first. It's very simple. So now let's go back to saved items. And we have to add some things inside of the return in saved items. So on saved items, let's go ahead and delete this div right here. So let's delete that div. And we're going to add a stack here. So add a stack like that. Okay, on that stack, what we're going to do is add a spacing. So spacing. And that spacing will be equal to 2. And then the next thing we're going to do is add some JavaScript here. So JavaScript, we're going to go saves like that. Dot length. And we're going to say triple equal sign 0 question mark. And then we want to say something. If the saves length is 0, we'll say no locations are saved like that. Colon. And now we want to say saves question mark dot map local. And we want to put some things inside of this. So we're going to put paper like that. And so this paper right here will have an SX. So SX. And the SX will have a padding of 2. We will also have an elevation on this. So elevation. And that elevation will be equal to 1. I have a key. And that key will be equal to local.name. Also, we have an onClick. And then onClick will have dispatch. And that dispatch will have a set location. And that set location will be local.name like that. All right. In the middle of that paper, we're going to have some typography. So let's go ahead and type that in. So capital T typography like that. Now typography will be a variant equal to H6. All right. And so on that typography, we will have local.name, and we'll also have local.region. Okay. And then we're going to add another typography, and that typography will also have a variant, and that variant will be a subtitle 2. So variant equals subtitle 2. And that variant, or inside of that, will be a local dot country. add the U. Okay, we'll have another typography, and what I'm gonna do, I'm just copy and paste like that. Format document. So this variant will be different. This variant will be body 1, and this time it will be time zone. So we will have time zone here. So time zone colon, and what will it be? Local dot tz underscore id, like that. Okay. The next thing we're going to do is add a button. So we'll add a button here, and that button will have a variant, and that variant will equal contained. And inside that button, we're going to also add a on click. So on click like that. And on that on click, we will have add saves. Inside add saves, we have local like that. And then what we're going to do is type in delete right here. So we can delete whatever saves that is. All right. That is looking pretty good. And so now let's go ahead and test this out for a second here. What we're going to do is go to our dashboard here and say, let's save the city of London, and let's go back to our saves, and there it is. Okay. And so what we're going to do from here is simply delete it. There we go. No locations are saved. Go to the dashboard and go back to saves. And yes, that works out perfect. One more thing before we finish this app, I did forget one thing that we need to do. And that is, let's go back to our news. And so on this map, I did not add a key. So what we're going to do is inside this card, we're going to add a key, and this key be equal to news bracket index like that. So we'll say news question mark dot name, and we'll have the news and then just an index number right here. All right. So now let's go back to our app.js, and we have one more thing that we need to do. And so on this, the last piece of information we need is the footer. Okay. So right where it says dashboard container, under that, we're going to add our footer. So add the footer just like that. The footer has no info in it yet. So let's go ahead and go to footer. And that's why the page is blank. We're going to say RAFCE, and we're going to wait on the PC, hit enter. And so inside this footer, it'll be very simple. We'll add a couple of things here. So we're going to import, and we'll have link, and link will be coming from React-router-DOM. The next thing we're going to do is add another one. So we'll say import box stack, and we'll also import typography, and we'll also import, or that's it, from at MUI/material. Now we'll import colors, and that'll be coming, that is not, we need curly brackets, colors, and that'll be coming from /helper/colors, like that. All right. So inside of the footer, all we really need to do is, got two commas here. All we need to do is add a return. So we're going to say box. So inside of box, we're going to have an SX. So here, I'm going to add an SX. So SX, and then we'll have width. That width will be 100%. Next thing we'll do is add a height, and then height will be 75 pixels. Next thing we'll do is add a background color. So background color, that background color will be colors dot temporary background, like that. Let's go ahead, format the document. So I'm going to say enter. I'm going to add a stack here. So in that stack, the direction will be equal to row. So on that, we add a spacing. Spacing will be equal to 2. Add a justify content. So justify content. Justify content will be equal to center Next, we add align items. Align items will also be equal to center. Next thing we're going to do is add an SX. And inside that SX, we'll simply have a padding that will be equal to 3. All right, now inside of that stack, we'll go to link. So on that link, we will have a 2, and that 2 will be equal to just the first thing, so just a / like that. And so what we're going to do is add a style here. So style, that style will be equal to text decoration, which will be equal to none. All right, and so the next thing I want to do, side of the link, I want to add some typography. So typography. And on that typography, we want to add a couple of things. Go ahead, typography like that. All right, on that typography, we want a variant, and that variant will be equal to a subtitle. You title 2. I really got to talk to somebody about that U button. And then we'll have color equals secondary. All right, and then we'll have dashboard inside of that, like that. All right, so now what we're going to do, we'll give them more space here. We're just going to take this link, copy and paste it a few more times. So 1, 2, just like that. And so now we can just add everything individually. So /map /saves like that. Style will be the same. This will be the same. Now we'll go to dashboard. I'm say map. And then we want to say saves. Okay. Right below this last link, what we're going to do is add another typography. All right, and on that typography, we'll have a color. That color will be equal to secondary. And then we'll have a variant. That variant will be equal to caption. Like that. All right, inside of this, you can type whatever you want, but I would say copy right at David Hughes. Look at that, you. I'm sending this thing back. David Hughes Jr. And then I'll say YouTube video. Capitalize that V, baby. There we go. YouTube video. All right. And so that is the footer, and you can see it right at the bottom of this. Have dashboard and maps. Let's just click dashboard. See, does it work? Take us to dashboard. Take us to maps. Takes us to saves. Perfect. Let's go back to app.js. So we're almost done. We need to add a dependency on our map.js, this right here. We need to add the location _?region. So let's add that right here. All right, compiling. And we need all these compiling things to be done so we can upload this to the web. So there we go. Everything looks good. Now let's go back to app.js and let's just take a minute and let's just look at this completed project right here. I hope you guys enjoyed this, and I'm going to show you guys how to hide your keys in the local.env. But I just want you guys to know that in terms of editing things to this is the entirety of the project. So you can stop here, or you can follow me as I take you guys through how to hide the keys and how to upload this to Netlify and have your app on the internet for others to see. Another thing that we have to change before you upload this to Netlify is the Mapbox. So if we go to Mapbox here, it's some new code that I have implemented here. This is a pure JavaScript Mapbox. So let's go to map, and you see it's a little bit different here. And it looks a little bit different because, like I said, this is the pure JavaScript version of Mapbox. In order for this to work, I'm gonna put on the screen what I had to deal with when I was trying to upload the React version of Mapbox on here. I couldn't get it to work. It kept giving me like a faded background here. No map tiles were able to upload. And so if I ever make it work or get it to work, I'll update this video. But for right now, this is a pure JavaScript version, but I still have the code for the non-JavaScript version inside of my editor here. So if we go to Cloudy App, we go to Gist. If you scroll all the way down, right here it says Mapbox. Just take this code and copy and paste it inside of Mapbox, and it should work up. It should work perfectly fine. So that is also an issue, but you saw how it looked. It was not looking good, but this works right here perfectly fine. Okay, now that we have that done, the Mapbox works, everything works. There's a couple things we need to do to get started with deploying this thing. And so thank you guys for being patient. So we're going to create a file here, and that file will be called, not in the components, but it will be like right below get ignored. So it's going to be called .nv.local, but we're going to use .nv.local. Okay. And so it's a couple things we want to create here. We're going to create React _ app _ and then we call weather _ API _ key equals, and then we'll have that blank. Now it's important that you have the React _ app inside of all of these. So I'm just going to copy and paste this 3 times. Okay. And so I'll make sure that might work. And so the next thing we're going to do is rename these. And so this right here will be, this says weather key, we'll say news API key, and then we'll say Mapbox API key, like that. The next thing I'm going to do is get these keys and place them in here. All right. And so let's go ahead and get those and put these marks here, and then let's go services. We'll click news API first. So right here, we want to take this API, copy and paste it, and you want to go back to .nv.local, paste it in, and then not there, but right here. And then you want to do the same thing for the weather and the same thing for Mapbox. So go ahead, go weather, and then take this entire code here, and then go back to .nv.local, go to weather, paste it. Same thing for Mapbox. And so let's go to Mapbox components, Mapbox, get this Mapbox key here, and then go .nv.local, paste it. All right. Next thing you want to do is take this code here, and then let's go to where the API key first. You can delete all of this, and what you want to do is say process, take cap lock off, process .nv dot, and then you want to paste that React app in the React app weather API key. That's what we want to have right here. Okay. All right. So next thing you want to do is go to the news API key, do the same thing. So take that away, paste it here, and this will be news. So news, and then same thing, process.nv dot, like that. And then you want to do the same thing for the Mapbox. So let's go to Mapbox, so Mapbox, and just delete all this code here. And then you're going to paste it. And this should say capital Mapbox, like that. Mapbox. All right. So now that we have that there, everything should be ready to go ahead and start working with. So you want to put this on GitHub, and all you really have to do, if you're using VS Code, if you go over to where it says source control, it'll be a message right here, and what we're going to do is just type in I'm gonna just type upload. Hey, you still on work? I'm gonna just type upload like this. You can type whatever you want, and I'm going to commit it. Now yours may say something different because I've been kind of testing some commits already, but if you go right here, if you don't have your GitHub account set up, it'll show you how to do all of that. But set your the GitHub account up right here, and then upload the entire thing to GitHub. It'll take you step by step. And so yes, we're going to commit this, and then we're going to sync the changes like that. And from here, what you want to do is Control C. So Control C like this, hit yes, and terminate the batch. Then you want to run it again, because once you do the .env, your program or your code will not work. So you have to reboot it so it can get that .env and load everything up again. And so we're going to do this again. Make sure everything works. If everything works, we're going to go over to Netlify and then upload everything. Okay. So on Netlify, what you want to do is go to add new site. If you don't have an account, make an account, and this will be the first thing you see is team overview. So just go to add new site, and then what you want to do is import an existing project, and you can load it from these three. We're gonna load from GitHub. You can use BigBub or GitLab or whatever you want, but we're gonna use GitHub. And then you want to authorize your GitHub account. And so you may not see this right here. This may not be what you see. It may be empty. So what you want to do is go to configure the Netlify app on GitHub. And so when you go here, you want to log into your GitHub account, and I'm gonna log into mine just so I can show you exactly what will happen on how to get everything loaded. So just got my request and type in 37, approve. Okay, everything load up. What you want to do is scroll all the way down. Permissions, you can do only selected ones, so you can select which ones you want to give access to, or you can just go to all. I just do all because it makes everything easier. Hit all and then hit save. And then after you hit save, it's going to take you back here and all your projects should pop up here. Okay. And then what you want to do from there, mine is Cloud of YouTube. Click Cloud of YouTube. And then what you want to do is deploy this. So there's going to be an issue that happens after you deploy this. So we're going to fix those now. And that is the .env will not work initially on this project. And you will have to manually put that in. And we're going to show you how to do that. And I'll make a separate video on this just to give people an idea how to do it. But what you want to do is go to settings like I did. You want to go to environment variables and then go to opt in to the new experience. And then once you go that, you want to add a variable. So we're going to have 3 variables. And so what you want to do, I guess we can split this a little bit. So what we want to do, we're going to add these variables in. So go to your .env, .local, and you want to basically add this whole thing. And so key, I'm just going to copy and paste, and then I'm just going to take the key. So I'll take the key like that. And then you want to, sorry about that, did that backwards. The value is here. So put that key in right here, and then you want to put the name in right here. Okay, so here you go, React app, and it should be the same name. And then what you want to do, just simply type create. I want to add another one, and then that'll be the news API. Take that and paste the value in here like that. And this I had to discover because I uploaded the whole thing, testing it out, making sure it worked. And I was like, wait a minute, my key's not working. And so you had to manually put these in so Netlify will know exactly what's going on. So go ahead and do that. And once you do that, everything should be set up and ready for us to go. I'm looking and just making sure everything is right. Map API key, the news API key. Okay, all that looks good. So now that all that's good, what we're going to do is go back to site overview, and it says publish right here. Okay, yours may take a little bit longer because it's your first deployment. This is not my first deployment. I'm going to enlarge this again, and so we're going to go back, and it has a weird name. If you want to change the name, go to go back site overview, domain settings, options, edit site name, and then you change the name. We're going to call this cloudy -YouTube. There we go, YouTube, like that. All right, and so from here we're going to check out the site. Now this may or may not work at first. Okay, here we go. You're going to get an undefined, which is fine. It's normal. That is normal. Okay, and for some odd reason it takes a little bit of time for this to actually load up the API keys and actually work. Okay, and so what I want you to do, and I think I found the solution for this. What I want you to do is go back to VS Code. Okay, and we're gonna deploy this again. We're gonna deploy it again. So what we're gonna do is go back, and we're just going to add a space like this. Enter, add an enter. Okay, and we're gonna commit, and let's just call it upload to, even though that U, look, I'm just typing U, and U isn't working. Like, all right, I think it's officially died. There we go. Upload to, and then we're gonna hit commit, and we're gonna hit yes, and sync the changes like that. And then we're going to go back to our app here. Okay, Well, let's go back to Netlify. And so we're gonna go site overview. It's starting up, and I think you had, once you put, like, maybe I should have, I don't know if you can put your codes in before you actually upload it. I don't think, but for some reason you have to start it up again, let it re-render all that information, let it build again, let everything kind of, you know, upload. And then once you do that, to me, it seems that it works after that. For some odd reason, it's not going to reload it. You have to put those keys in and start again. So it's building right now, and it should run very fast after the first one. Netlify robots are big, so they're working on the site. So we're going to wait till everything is done, and I'll see you guys in a second. All right, it looks like everything is done, deployed, and it took about 51 seconds. That's pretty quick. But what we're going to do next is just simply go to the site right here. Boom, it works. Bombay. So that's how you get your environment variables to work in Netlify. I know that has been an issue for some, so congratulations, you learned. And I'm gonna cut this in order to, you know, say, make it so other people can watch it, because some people probably want to watch the entire app video, so that's cool. But everything is working. Both all three of our APIs are working pretty good. The news API, the Mapbox API, and the weather API all are working flawlessly. Thank you guys for watching this tutorial. I really do appreciate it. I will do my best to come up with some more things for you guys to watch, man. I'll see y'all in the next one. Good luck on your journeys.